Lost? Damn, dude. It was hella close. That's crazy that we lost it. Yeah, from my discussion with the devs, they want to like rework it, right? It's just obviously there isn't a balance guy, you know, a guy that just sits there balancing all day and like working on those things. They just those devs that are like balancing and stuff like that, they're like going around and working on stuff. And then they will go and balance other stuff along the side, right? It's a balancing act. I think the sterilizer deserves like a lot of effort put into it to like make it something more special, especially at this point in the game, because it's just been, it was like all right for a while there, but then it's just been power crept super hard, right? So, all right. How the hell do I spell Peelsted's name? There we go. Okay. All right. I'll have the queue up so you guys can like exclamation mark join while we're talking about it. All right. Let's start reading. So this was the guy who was like, "Hey, is there any reason for like less patches?" And I was like, "I mean, there has been a lot of patches lately. It's just not the things that you wanted patched have been patched." And then they're talking about the mechs and the suppressors, and then here it is. This is a result of too big of a game, too many variables, scenarios, and potential outcomes. Really, this is like a path we went down and balanced before release, where we started balancing weapons not onto generic core themselves, but also against individual foes. Helldivers are designed wasn't supposed to be a balanced game, a la Dota, StarCraft, WoW. It's supposed to be like an immersive experience with rules the players get to explore. But to get the game into a fun state, we late decided to balance the game, and this has continued since. And now the expectation of the community. Fortunate truth here is that it's complex to balance for team size and tools we have. Designers also working their asses off, doing their best to achieve that balance. Could hire more, but balance is also like a one-man game, aka if you are, the easier it is. More people don't help. Yeah, it's like too many cooks in the kitchen, I guess. Because they might have disagreements, then it's like they have to resolve those disagreements. Also, unfortunately, our QA doesn't catch these issues. When they do, they aren't prioritized high enough. We have been pushing hard as late to achieve operational excellence, which means to deliver great builds without bugs on time. We believe this will, in the long run, help us free up time for better at balancing. I know this answer doesn't address the specifics, and I actually wouldn't know the specific to the teams, and they try their hardest working around the challenging situation they're in. Clarify on how people are balancing doesn't solve the holistic problem. Oh, okay. Just saying more people does not equal better. Let's clarify. It's collaborative, but 100 devs balancing together doesn't make it better. The combat team is not massive, is basically trying to that one. This is really good progress. Annie, shut up. Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty fair response. I understand why people aren't happy about it, though, because they didn't get specific answers to the questions posted here, right? Orbital Precision Strike is one that people really like, but it just got power crept really hard by 500 kg. They buffed 500 kg a lot. They didn't buff Orbital Precision, and then it hasn't been touched since. Just lower the cooldown on Orbital Precision, and you're probably fine, honestly. It's mostly just a cooldown issue. It just needs to come off cooldown faster. Orbital EMS, I don't think will ever be better than it currently is, other than like making it some kind of barrage, massive radius kind of thing. But I don't think that's what they want, but we'll see. But they would have to basically make it like a huge barrage for I think it to be like truly useful. And even then it'll be niche, because it's like, why not bring something that just kills stuff? It's like the pacifier. A lot of people just won't get it. It won't fit their playstyle. And I think it is what it is. I think they actually have made quite a few changes to Orbital EMS over the last year, but like outside of like, I think it should definitely stun Bile Titans and like Factory Striders or like big boys like that. You know, I don't think there's much more they can do other than like make it a huge barrage. Sterilizer, they just need to completely rework the gun. You know, allow it to make gas clouds on the ground and, you know, do some other stuff. Maybe acid, you know, they make the sterilizer like have some kind of acid debuff, similar to acid rain, you know, if they could get that working. But like, that's not something that I'm sure they can snap their fingers and it's just implemented, you know? So they would have to probably work on it, reworking it. But I mean, I think this is a fine response. It's fine. I can understand why people aren't happy with it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. All right, so then there was this guy. Any plans on? Oh, this is the progression one, and then this is the guy that I was like, a massive grievance people have with the game is how weapon customization was added, and it seemed essentially a skeleton of a system without much going on. I was like, huh? It doesn't feel like a skeleton of a system. Like you could say like, yeah, there's some missing parts for like certain weapons, but I mean, the vast majority of the weapons got some good shit. People just want more, which is fair enough. What does he say? There are multiple plans and discussions about improving the existing systems, such as progression, weapon customization, TSS. Unfortunately, we've been pushing hard to meet the expectation of content for each new big update, which unfortunately means the teams are forcing to prioritize what we already have in favor of novelty. Example to this is the critique we received from Fiverstand, where like 3 new enemies and a new faction wasn't enough. Damn. I didn't hear that. Were people really saying this? I felt like the Cyberstand update was like, it was solid. It was good. I think the only critique I saw was like, oh my god, Arrowhead controlled it and we lost because of Arrowhead. We lost because of Arrowhead, not because of the bots. But I mean, that happens like basically every time we lose. It's either the bug diver's fault or it's Arrowhead's fault. It's never like a coordination issue. I felt like Cyberstand was really good, and the enemies, although the Fox instrument was overtuned, like I thought Cyberstand episode was really good. Nobody said that. Well, apparently they did, because I don't think Pilset would lie about that. And I think that also explains why they've been like pushing so hard on new factions and maps and stuff like that lately. Because it's definitely escalated. The amount of like extra factions and maps and enemies that we've gotten lately has definitely increased. So, because we just got the Illuminate ones, and then now we're getting a new Terminate enemy. The way they handled the MO was just bad. I didn't like the revives, the limited lives, and the fact that it was galactic wide. That wasn't a good idea. I would definitely agree with that. But also, I don't mind losing. I think it just makes for a more interesting story in the future. I think it would be really boring if all we did was win every time we got a major order like that. So it didn't bother me one bit that we lost. It was like a let's pick ourselves up and go for the next story. We actually see... Oh, wait, did I finish reading this? Oh, no, I stopped with wasn't enough. I think we could get better at looking at improvement systems, super experience. But it's smaller percentage of players than those that are actually retained in the mid-game. Yeah, this is what I always say, is that, like, there's a section of people at the top that play the game all the time that have, like, exhausted all progression and, like, everything. And then they get really mad at Arrowhead for not adding more. But, like, I don't think those people are aware that the majority of people that play Helldivers play it, like, every once in a while for, like, updates and stuff. And, like, they're, like, in the mid-game where they're still progressing through weapon systems. They're still progressing through samples. They're still progressing through, like, a backlog of, you know, warbonds or, you know... So, like, basically, there's just a lot of stuff that they're still going through. So it's like, how do you satisfy, like, the smaller subsection of people at the top, you know, while also keeping the people in the mid-game busy but not overwhelmed? I do think they need to, like, add progression systems that, like, you know, the customization one that we talked about a lot over the course of, like, the last 2 years, you know, samples for customization on your character and ship would go a long way. The thing I dislike about the events on Arrowhead is that all their voting stuff happens on Discord instead of in-game. Yeah, voting in-game would be cool. Do some proper RP. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, that's where they would use, like, the bureau terminals, right? I just got my first level 5 upgrade. So there's just still level 3. And a lot of people are like you. I think a lot of people just don't realize that, like, not everybody has put, you know, multiple 100 hours in this game at this point. Many people are still, like, 100 or 200 hours, and they're still progressing through. So, and the team are passionate about the hardcore players, but also focus on, like, down prioritizing it due to other things going on. So it's like a half non-answer, and I'm aware, but we're constantly navigating this, and we take so much input from the community, data, and internal feedback. So we know if there's more or less of an answer. On a personal note, we get capped resource-wise. Should get fixed in the future, but oh. On a personal note, that would get capped resource-wise should have been fixed a long time ago, but we see my previous answer. Yeah, I think there's quite a few resources that could go up, and that would just be a nice quality of life. But at the same time, I don't think it's, like, super pressing. Like, you know, if metals went up, or it's mostly just metals, went up in cap, it would help some people. Most terminally online people play Helldivers like an MMORPG 24/7. They get frustrated that the game wasn't made. I understand where they come from, Bubble, because I used to play Destiny like it was an MMORPG. I played it daily for, you know, a handful of hours per day. And the game could never give me enough content because the game was designed for someone who played a lot less than me, right? Who maybe put a couple hours a week into the game, right? A little bit more than that. So, and I got frustrated as a Destiny player in that scenario. I got really frustrated because it was like, I want to love this game, but I have nothing to do, and the changes that I'd like to see made are not there, right? So I remember, like, getting mad that there wasn't more progression systems, or the balance of this or that wasn't as good. I used to get mad at it, but it's like the game just wasn't designed for me. It was designed for, like, a more casual player, and I think there's that disconnect. There's a lot of players that play Helldivers very hardcore, but, you know, expect updates for their particular subsection of players, but there actually aren't that many people who play it like as hardcore. I do think that like they should obviously be doing more things like weapon customization where, you know, both sides get the benefit. New players and existing players get the benefit from the system, and long-term players. Because like weapon customization, I think was a big W for the game. It was a really good system. You know, obviously we want more of it, which says it was good. But it's interesting that Peelstat actually said earlier that like people didn't really care for it. And they deprioritize that kind of stuff because people are like shitting on the actual content that's being added. Which, that's sad, man. That's a rough one. They're in a difficult position, right? And then a lot of players don't even see that as content, unfortunately. Like, you remember we were talking about like the we were talking about that one guy in chat that was like, what do they add other than war bonds as content? Yap. And I was like, well, they literally just added a tank. They added, you know, the new faction for the Illuminate like 2 months prior, that they added like the cyborgs. They added like the Vox engine, the cyborgs, and like, and then prior to that, then we got the molten planets with the new mission types. Like, there's a constant stepping of like free updates to Helldivers, but like a lot of people just like, they just kind of ignore that because that's not content. Because I think it has to be like player facing, like strategy weapons and so on and so forth, to be like content to people. I would have played the way less in the last few months if it wasn't for weapon customization. I like weapon customization a lot. It's not a perfect system, and I do wish there was like more to it. But the claim that it's like a skeleton of a system, I don't know. I disagree on that. It's definitely not a skeleton of a system. But I would like to see more added to it, you know? There's still like attachments that I'd love to see, like Pacifier getting a drum mag, you know? If they do ever go back and add like attachments that might be lore accurate to, you know, STA 52 and the MA5C, that'd be sick. I don't know. I like the weapon customization. It's not perfect. It's not like 100% of a system, but it's at least a system. And it's kind of sad that like they got such harsh feedback about Cyberstan that they're not going to expand on it. That is kind of disappointing to hear. I gotta say, that makes me a bit sad. Not gonna lie. All right. Will we actually see driven events again, like stratagem rewards for major orders, or is this future content going to be like war bonds and stratagems just given to us without build up? I totally agree with this one. I do miss the occasional like MO that had like, we got to work towards this to get the tank. The tank was more or less just kind of given to us during an MO. There wasn't really any build up towards it, other than it was like teased and stuff like that. And then they were like, hey, because I don't think we had to take a planet for it, right? I think it was just given to us. Right? I don't know. We're working on creating more interesting dynamics between the community, your actions, and what GMs do. In a perfect world, we would have like artificial rule set that allows players fair play between the enemy forces, and where you guys could surprise us in many ways. We're working towards this, and over the next few years, more power. You'll have more power in the Galactic War. Interesting. We want to diversify how the enemy game is played. Repeat. Worst case is squandering the love for Helldivers. So he never answered the question about stratagems, rewards. He probably should have said something about it. The fact that he didn't even address that part of the question, I can see why people didn't like that one. He literally didn't even look at, he didn't even address that. I think that was the meat and potatoes. That was the meat and potatoes of the question. And it feels more like a media train wording answer. Yeah, that one was bad. The rest of the questions so far have been pretty good, and he's been addressing what people have been asking. But this one, he literally just, that was the meat and potatoes of it, and he missed it. Now, I do appreciate the words about, hey, we want to add more power to Galactic War. We want you to have more decision-making and how it works. Because right now, it does feel more or less like the GMs are creating the story, and we're just following, right? We don't have much agency in how things turn out a lot of the time. Or if there is agency, it's usually artificial, and they kind of give us a path, either or. So I'd be curious to know what kind of systems they're making, but it was so vague that you really don't know. It's just like, oh, okay, neat. It's funny how the community really is locked into the spiral of complaining into upcoming content, into praising HT, back into complaining. Yeah, I mean, that's just Helldivers, dude. It's messy. Is discussions with armor customization on the table? Yeah, this is another one that I wanted to know about. Transmog, what's going on here? Weapon customization, are you planning to go deeper into it? Good questions. Ship modules. It's well over a year since last added, being worked on. This one, I've said before, I don't think they're going to add more ship modules. If there are, I think it's going to be cosmetic. I think it's going to be cosmetic and just like something to ship. I think they know that like people are still working on it, and it wasn't necessarily a well-tuned system, because ship modules would come out and people would like eye roll. That's why like a lot of ship modules have just been given to everybody for free, aka patches. Like things that could have been ship modules were just patched into the game. Endgame progression, 150. Don't mean much 2 years down the line. Many players like myself are way past 1.2 million XP mark. Love the game. Perks transmog. I think we need to update our original direction as system has exploded. The original intent, basically giving a small passive thematic to the armor. This, however, not happening right now. Okay. Weapon customization was deemed as not significant in resolving the lack of progression, but I personally think we need to add more of it. That's currently down, period. This one surprised me. I think it was Saint posted this in the Discord when I read it, I think like last night. I can't believe people said that. But at the same time, there was a lot of people that just like did the like, let me level all of my stuff in blitz missions so I can level everything up to level 25 within a week and then be back to not having any content. Like, I think there's just a disconnect, because unfortunately the people who said this probably are the people who like don't touch grass. Because like the weapon customization system, if you play normally, is like, it's like 200 hours of like content, right? Or like stuff to move towards progression. But I think there's a lot of people that like speedrunned it, and then they were done with it in like, you know, less time, and then they're back to complaining. And unfortunately, they're very loud when they complain. So I think they hear that and they're like, oh, it wasn't enough. What do we got to do? Because there's technically an endpoint to the progression, people are going to meet it super fast. Like, I really think the weapon customization was a fantastic update. It gave people a lot of reason to log in, especially people that are like normal players that play like a couple hours every week, you know? I don't know. It really just does feel like there's like this disconnect, and Arrowhead's having trouble listening to feedback like properly, because they're listening to some feedback from the 150s, the people who don't touch grass, people who play like at least 10 hours a week, you know? And then they try to also listen to, you know, average Joe who plays maybe a couple hours to, you know, 10 to 15 hours a month. And they're having trouble like they're having trouble listening to both. Because like if you only listen to the hardcore player, I don't think it benefits the normal player all the time. Because there's plenty of shit that the person who doesn't touch grass say that would literally like inherently like hurt the medium player. 3,800 hours. I play a couple hours a week. All right, buddy, calm down. Who are you talking to? I never said I play a couple hours a week. I think you guys are like, what? Are you guys farming or something? I don't understand. What customization? A weapon customization? Weapon customization as weapon custom. I don't know what the hell you're saying. Not as stuff to put hours into, maybe? I mean, this is weapon customization. It's not as in-depth as maybe like Tarkov, but it is weapon customization. You can always go deeper in these systems. So if you want, if you're like talking about that, like, sure, but this was like a first iteration of weapon customization to see if people liked it. You know, that's what they originally said. And it is a good system. People wanted more, but then I think as it reads, it sounds like a lot of people complained that it's not a good idea, which sucks. Will you try Far Far West when it came out? I want to, but unfortunately HD2 is coming out the exact same day, so probably not until after that. Really need to raise the level cap or do like a prestige system for long-term players. Weapon customization is fun, but it does feel half-baked. Needs to affect the stats more meaningfully, and the drum should be more impactful for a level 25 upgrade. It is more impactful. The weapon stats do get affected a ton. I mean, right? Like if you take off all the attachments on like, you know, lib carbine or something like that, like you can adjust it like big time, especially like on some weapons like with ergo and stuff like that. It's huge. Or like a shotgun with the full choke. Completely disagree with that one. It is a very meaningful progression system. The drum mag is huge. It makes the gun feel way different. I just like Windrose a lot. So I completely disagree with that one. And then being able to choose what scope actually affects a lot of weapons a lot, especially now that I actually use first person since they changed the FOV problem in first person. Feels way better. I go first person way more than I used to. Raising the level cap, like we talked about, would benefit the hardcore long-term players, but it actually affects the medium tier player quite a bit. Have you ever logged into a game that you haven't logged into in a while? And when you log in, you see how far ahead everyone is because of like this or that stat, and then you just kind of log out. Have you ever felt that before? Like, is this something that you guys are familiar with, or because, and like level cap increases is one of those things that can be very like detrimental to a community because it can sometimes like de-incentivate, fuck am I trying to say? People from like wanting to play more because like they feel they feel left behind, right? And then it kind of like it like shrinks your game in a way because people will feel like they're just constantly left behind. It would only motivate me personally. But the thing is that there's people that are like, there's people that are the opposite, right? Right? Where people log in and they notice that they're super far behind. And it's like, well, I'm going to go play something else. You know? Level 114 here. I admire the 150 democracy spreaders for sure. And like, obviously I'm someone who would benefit from an uncapped system, right? I have like 12 million XP in this game. I think it's higher at this point. What am I at? Yeah, 12.1. I guess pretty accurately. Right, I would benefit quite a bit from that because I'd be able, I get to show off my level and stuff like that. But it's like, I could just show off my XP. Like the level doesn't really matter at this point. All it is a flex, right? Like it's like an ego thing, right? Yeah, I get to flex it and put it in my title and and stuff like that. I understand PvP scenario. It's actually the opposite. It matters way more in a PvE game than a PvP game. In a PvP game, you might be behind on like skill or tactics, but that's something you can learn and stuff like that. But in a PvE game, it's time investment. And as you get older, you realize that time investment is harder and harder, Oh, Luna's in the way. Luna's perfectly cooking that stat. You know what I mean? So, like, it literally is the opposite. PvE games, you notice is even worse. It was a really big thing in Destiny. And that's why in Destiny, they constantly did these catch-up mechanics to help people obtain things that the people who have thousands of hours ahead of them have already, right? To shrink the gap. But when you have like these like XP systems, you can't do like a catch-up mechanic, right? It just it's just a stat, right? So it can really de-incentivize people to want to play. So I can kind of understand why they've done these increments of 50, 150. Like I bet if I had a lie detector on one of the devs and I asked them, when are you going to do the 150? Are you going to do it when more people are 150? They'd probably say yes. It's probably the same scenario as when everybody hit level 50 and we were like, why is it only level 50? It should go higher. It's probably the exact same situation where not enough people were 50 at the start. They didn't want people to feel left behind. And then they opened the gate once enough people hit 50. I wouldn't be surprised if they do the same thing with 150. But like a lot of people are just not 150, bro. Like the vast majority of people are not. It's still a very rare thing to find 150 players. Do you know how big the population is of 150s? Out of the people who play every day, it's probably really high. But the thing is that like when it comes to like Cyberstand updates, pretty rare. Like I play daily and I do see 150s pretty regularly at level 10, but I'd say the average level I see is probably like 80 or 90 when I play in my missions daily. You know? Why not uncap it? But for every level, you need like double experience. That would stagnate. Well, at some point, that system just doesn't work very well because everybody would just hit this like, well, you need 1 billion XP. I mean, just flex this. Just flex your XP stat. Until enough people are 150, it's just like, just flex your XP. Just once again, this is like that disconnect of like person who plays a fuckload and regular player. And it's like the game is definitely more oriented towards the regular player, but the people who play a fuckload are unhappy, right? But they're a minority, like a very small minority of the overall population of the game. Bought the game 3 weeks ago, already level 60. Nice. It slows down as you get higher, but good luck, buddy. Have fun. Let me check my XP. Oh, yeah. And this is 12 million experience, and I've never had a hacker in my game that has given me experience. I've never finished a game with a hacker. Every time I see a hacker spawning in shit, I kill them, leave. Once I got to 80, it felt like it slowed down so much. It's a pretty linear system, if I remember correctly. I don't think it exponentially increases. It's like, I can't remember how much experience it needs in addition every level, but it does linearly go up. I just think the blaming of no time to add end game progression when the game has been out for 2 years, but they add warbonds every month comes off weird to me. So, futile. 2 things, I guess, to answer that one. The no time comes from adding other content. You're completely ignoring the free updates outside of warbonds. Like, and I keep seeing this in this discussion. It's happened like 10 times so far when we've been talking about this. New enemies, biomes, missions. They do a big update every 4 to 6 months with like the Cyber Stand or with the Siege of Super Earth or the Hive Worlds with the Hive Lord. Those are all free updates. That's what they're working on, dude. You know, warbonds are just one aspect, but that's what keeps the lights on, right? But the thing is, because most people that play all the time, because most people that play like a lot don't actually buy the warbonds. Like a lot of the warbonds are given out technically for free, right? Because a lot of people just like super credit farm. You know, warbonds are something that not everybody buys. So in order to like keep the lights on, people actually need to buy them. So there actually needs to be like a decent amount of warbonds for them to actually be able to make money to keep the lights on to continue adding free content. You know? It's easier to burn through the content than it is to create it. All said. Carl, you know why that's the case. Because my ass just sits in space talking to you. Do you know how much I bet out of my like 3,800 hours playing this game, Carl, I bet about 100 of it is just yapping at you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just you. Anyways, you know, the game's been out for 2 years, but like, look at all the content they've added for free in those 2 years. That's what they're busy making, you know? That's... And warbonds, although can be bought, a lot of people that play all the time get it for free. Completely for free. Because they're just super good at farming. I bet if you ask people in chat here, a lot of them don't buy their war bonds. They're essentially just free content updates every month. So it's a difficult discussion because I think a lot of people disassociate war bonds with being able to get them for free. So super credit farming is a real thing. Yeah, and a lot of people do it. I've only ever farmed SU once, never again. We technically still buy them. Yeah. You know what I mean. You're buying them with your time versus buying them with your wallet. But obviously, Arrowhead can't take your time and turn that into real money to keep the studio going and pay their devs, right? Someone needs to spend money in order for the content to keep coming. Because, you know, game sales, I'm sure people are still buying HD2 on a monthly basis. Like, there's still, like, new players coming into the game, but I doubt it's nearly as much. I get that part, but at some point, it becomes, like, a priority to add much-needed quality of life. End up in a situation where they have to do another 60-day plan. I mean, they do add quality of life. It's just not as fast as people want. And that's just another thing, right? Arrowhead has a very, very strict, like, adding content futile. And that's what the majority of people want. But the long-term players want more quality of life, right? This is, once again, a discussion between the people who play a fuckload and the normal person. The normal person wants content, right, that they can log in and be excited about. And then the long-term player wants, like, quality of life and all that content and all this other stuff, you know? And Arrowhead's not a massive studio. They don't have like 1,000 people working there. They have like 100 something to 200 something. And then they have like support studios that help with like the occasional warbond and stuff like that. But that's so they can continue to pump out content. And they do pump out content for this game. You know, the majority of it is free. HG2 sold 15 million, or am I overshooting? I don't know what the latest stats are. Like, I don't disagree that I'd love to see more quality of life here and there, but to say they've had none, but they definitely have had quite a bit of quality of life stuff, including, like, the weapon customization. The Galactic War map has changed quite a bit as far as quality of life.
Are you ready, Helldiver?
It's still not perfect, and we'd still like to see more adjustments and stuff, but it has changed a lot since the inception. And that's not even mentioning all the gameplay tweaks that they have made. They have made so many gameplay tweaks to this game outside of the 60-day update. Like, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of the time people are just... They're forgetting all the things they've done, but I get it. You haven't been here for all of it. Like, as someone who's basically been here outside of, like, one event, like, it's pretty obvious to me how much they work on this game. Like, the only thing I've ever missed was the holiday Christmas update, because I was busy playing Arc Raiders and I was infatuated with that game, right? Like, that was literally the only game or part of HE2 that I've actually, like, quote unquote missed. I've been here for every warbond, every major update, the vast majority of small updates, you know? So it feels very obvious to me that they, like, update this game a fuckload and they add a lot of stuff. So it's hard for me to be like, to see that stuff, because it's like, dude, that just ain't true. Like, for such a small studio, their pace is really high. Yeah. Like, the funny thing is like, if you compare it to like other games that people are beloved to, like, you know, Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic gets an update once a year. Obviously, they do way less monetization, but they do a monetization structure where you have to pay for it, right? Like, if you want skins in Deep Rock Galactic, you actually have to spend your credit card. Like, you have to swipe it, right? And I'm not saying that's bad or whatever. Like, obviously, people like it, but people are way less harsh on like Deep Rock Galactic, but they're so harsh on Arrowhead. And it's like, it's almost better that Deep Rock Galactic has like distanced themselves from the community and just like, hey, we're going to update it when we feel like it. Like, because like, obviously if you ask someone, hey, how do you feel about Deep Rock Galactic? The average person is going to say, oh, dude, I fucking love that game. Which is like crazy to me. You know? But like, because Deep Rock Galactic only does like one update a year, they can really polish that update, and then like it can come out and there could be like very little problems with it and people are happy. But with HG2, you get like 20 times the updates, and some of them are not going to be as polished as other ones, whether some things are going to be like half baked, and people get very critical. It's like quality versus quantity, right? Both are good, but if you use the same lens to judge Deep Rock Galactic as HG2, you're going to be so critical. You know? You're just going to be so critical. And I think it, like, context matters in this kind of discussion. I think that's important. I am excited about this one, though, from PeelStat. Ship modules. Big news in the future. Can't say more. I think Arrowhead does one big progression update a year. That's my guess. I don't actually know or anything like that, so this isn't like breaking NDA or anything. So, like, weapon customization was last year's big update. I bet they're going to do another big update this year. So, I'm hoping that maybe, like, ship modules or ship in general, like, ship something, like we get to augment our stratagem somehow, or we get different versions of the ship. Could be really cool. Like I've said it before, imagine we had different versions of the destroyer, right? I remember the first time I walked up to the panel on the right here for your super destroyer. I remember the first time I walked up to it and I saw, oh, destroyer, ship progression. And I was like, I wonder if they'll ever do like different types of ships, like carrier, mechanized, you know, destroyer, battleship. You know what I mean? Like one that focuses more on like heavy bombardment because it's a battleship. Destroyer is like, you know, does everything. You could have like a carrier that does more eagles. It would be interesting if they ever did that. And then you could like choose which ship you want and augment it and stuff like that. It'd be really neat if they ever went down that path. I don't have to. But where's my bug ship? All right, trader. Trader in the chat. Endgame. Oh, you sweet summer child. I kind of understand where he's coming from with this one. But really, this is our Achilles heel. So many of you hardcore players want it, but it satisfies a small portion of the player base who are currently out focusing on the broad effect. Yeah, it's like what I said before. Remember? I said this like 10 times in the last week. Just, if they make updates specifically for hardcore players, it's like a lot of dev time just for a small portion of the community, when then like a lot of players just wouldn't be able to benefit from it. You could make the argument that, well, they'll eventually get there and then it'll be sweeter for them. But like, why not make something for everybody that everybody gets to utilize? You know, like when they introduce a new faction or they introduce like a weapon customization mechanic, everybody gets to benefit from it. It's not just a small faction. There are things in plans. There's some ways off. That's a 6 months plus down the road kind of answer. Comes down to time, not enough time. Yeah. Well, I'll be honest, not as many answers as I was hoping from an AMA. I was expecting at least 10. So I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't more answered here from an AMA. I definitely was hoping to hear more, but I guess there was a lot of repeat questions. Like, we went through a lot of the questions before he answered them, and it was, the majority of them were all just the same issues of, like, end game progression, MOs, customization, balance. It was like those 4, like, repeated many times. But there were a couple other interesting ones that I was hoping to hear from. Yeah. Anyways, that's enough yap on that. You guys ready to play some games? Thorax, Margot, Echo. Come on, boys. Could be more to come. Since he waited for things to come in, people rather like spammed multiple of the same questions instead of like upvoting. It's like early Sunday. Yeah, I gotta say, he did that on a Saturday. I didn't even think about that. It's nice of him. It's cool of him.
Orbit synchronized.
Dun, 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 dun. Is Mr. Thorax here? Ugh. Mr. Thorax! Ooh, Margaret's got the perfect angle. Oh.
Take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Dun, 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 dun. Hello, Caleb. Good morning or good evening? Or good night? All right, we'll put Thorax back. We'll grab Perdana. Bird. Mr. Purd, feel free to join. What do you guys want to play? Oh, wait, there's Thorax. Never mind.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Never mind, never mind. There's Thorax. We found him. Dun, 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 dun. Look at the kitty on this chart. That's Luna. That's Luna. You guys want to do anything in particular? I don't exactly... Yo, dude. I don't exactly want to play on VOG since I played all day yesterday playing on it.
Yeah, we can go somewhere else.
Mm,
I'm down with bugs.
I kind of feel like bugs if you guys are down with bugs. Little buggo action.
Initiating FTL jump to the Fact Bay system.
Yeah, I've just been playing too many automaton missions lately. Kind of burning myself out on them.
Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Oh, I don't know why I pressed that. Sorry. What do I feel like playing? Well, fire action. Get the cremator out. That's not the cremator. Let's use a suppressor. And we'll keep the rat. No, I need something for bug holes. Make sure you put me back in the pro. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. No, I think I did it. Yeah, you're good. You're right there. Margot's fantastic system allows me to move you back and forth. When do you want to get carried in Risk of Rain 2? I haven't played the new update yet. Teo, is it good? Community is cooked. You're the only sane HG2 content creator. It feels like the rest are just like drama baiters for views and just get so much negativity. I know the game has like problems, but it's like tiring just seeing drama and activity at the community almost wherever there's YouTube, Reddit, Discord. I'm tired of it too, bro. I think anyone could admit that HG2 is not perfect and they need to adjust things, but man, it's rough out here. Let me just say, I could probably make more money if all I did was shit on the game. I'm not saying that's what like the content creators are doing, but you know, I think the content creators want to see the best version of the game, and I think that's pretty obvious. It's just tiring to constantly see every, you know, week something new to just be like, I would argue, you know, over exaggerate the importance of something, or overblow the issue. Because I would likely, depending on like the topic, the vast majority of them I would agree with like needing changes here and there, but it just always feels like the sky is falling in the HG2 community. And it's rough. The thing that I would recommend is just don't go on social media. Like, or like, if you can, try to curate your feed for HG, for like Reddit or YouTube or whatnot. Whenever I feel like I'm receiving too much of that kind of content and I'm getting tired of it, that's usually what I do. The don't show me this type of content is what I do. So like, you just say, don't show me this content, don't show me this content creator, and you'll probably be happier. Don't go on Reddit. Reddit is a negative feedback loop a lot of the times. It's weird. I didn't play the noise for him dying.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital.
I don't appreciate this Reddit slander. Not all corners of Reddit are like, oh my god, look at all the fucking POIs. Jesus. My god. That's a lot of POIs. It's funny that Reddit used to make up like a prominent part of your stream for like a month or two. I enjoyed going on Reddit and reading Reddit for about a month or two. Because HG2 Reddit was like really cool. Like learning things and, you know, funny memes and art and stuff like that. And occasionally some discussion about like things you want to see change in the game. But it just like, it so quickly turned into like a cesspool of just like utter just like rage bait and negativity. Like so quickly turned into something that like I just didn't enjoy reading anymore. It just turned into like someone being hyperbolic about this or being hyperbolic about that, and it's just like just got annoying. I wasn't having fun anymore reading it. It was just obnoxious. I still post cool HT memes on Reddit occasionally. Yeah, and that's cool. You get them, bro. You fucking get them. I feel so supported by my turret right now. But for real though, Arrowhead, can we get stratagems to stop bouncing? It bounced off that rock and landed right there. But hey, am I gonna go make a YouTube video about it? Or am I gonna go on Reddit and like get really upset about stratagems bouncing? Nah. They're well aware. But because everybody's always outraged about everything in this community, I think they have bigger fish to fry. I said it earlier this week. I love HG2. And I like what the devs are doing overall. The thing that would cause me to quit this game is not HG2, but the community. And unfortunately, as a content creator, I kind of have to interact with the community. So I can't just, like, avoid it or ignore it. It just doesn't work as a content creator. So I'm in an unfortunate position of the thing I dislike about the game I can't avoid. Which kind of blows. Man, slow bugs. God, that is so cool. I love this thing. Throwing knives, regen ammo. Yeah, I think that's at the top of the list, honestly, Carl. surprised Peelstat didn't mention that, you know?
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
But bounce!
Sending down.
What's that bounce?
Gas strike incoming.
Orbital inbound.
Hold the line. You think we'd ever be able to pick up missing knives? Maybe one day? The thing is with HD2 is that I think there's like an entity spawn rate problem. Because in order to probably do that mechanic, Boostman, they would probably have to like do something like more integral to like the game engine itself to allow for more entities, because it's like they only allow so many things before like the game just break. Like, do you remember when like the EAT meta was a thing and the game would literally crash if you had more than like, I think it was like 50 EATs or something like that out? I think they have updated it and it's like the number has gone up higher than it used to, but it's still like an issue with that one. Knives regen solved. I mean, I think they probably just allow you to have more and give you more per resupply. Like, I don't know if they really need to regen, but if you just never had to really think about knife ammo economy, it'd be fine. So maybe if they up the amount of knives you had again, and then like anytime you picked up like an ammo brick of a yellow ammo brick, you get like 20, you know, like at that point it'd probably be fine. 99 knives in a dream. That might be too many, but but yeah, I imagine it would be like a really difficult position for them if they like there'd be a lot of problems if like all the knives were like entity based and you had to go pick them up afterwards. Because they would be, to the game engine, they'd probably be like basically the same thing as like an ammo brick or a, I guess like an EAT, because you technically threw it. But maybe that's something that they can like easily address, and then one day we get it, but I feel like it's for such a niche item that they probably wouldn't do all that work for it. It's kind of like the sterilizer, where the sterilizer will always be a niche weapon, no matter what they do to it. Just that type of weapon. Like, even if they did, like, the most drastic change, which a lot of people have stated that they want, is, like, to make it like an acid launcher, you know, it would still be pretty damn niche, because at the end of the day, people would rather just kill things than I mean, out of that. I like barely didn't hit his head, I think. Make it one-handed? The sterilizer? What does that do in its benefit other than you can like Well, I mean, what you just described is basically like maybe they'll one day add like a sterilizer that's one-handed, aka like a secondary it's a little different. That's like the crisper, you know. The sterilizer itself more or less needs like a rework. They could, I guess, just like add a lot more damage to the gas, but I don't think that's a very good or interesting change. It's basically just a band-aid fix to get the community to stop complaining. Because at that point, it's literally just, well, like, here's green fire, basically, you know? Because, like, gas is not supposed to just be green fire. Like, I think people are always going to complain about CC effect stuff not being better unless it, like, completely makes them AFK for, like, a long period of time or has a huge effective radius. Like, what I've suggested to the dev team was, like, obviously, for sterilizer, allow, like, the sterilizer to put gas pools on the ground. But the response I got was, that's awesome, that's a great idea, but it's, like, that would take a lot of time to put that into the game. And it's like, okay, fair enough. Giving it its acid would be good. Yeah. I mean, ever since we saw the planet effects for acid planets, I've been wanting acid weapons. And I would be surprised if we got a Warbond that was acid weapons in the future. The idea of like an acid weapon is really cool. So that'd be really neat. But I don't think that would really change people's idea of the sterilizer. Like, at the end of the day, why would you just weaken something when you could just kill it? You know? It would still be very niche. A lot of people don't value CC and debuffs nearly as much as just killing a thing. Especially in a horde shooter where like the objective is to kill lots of stuff. In a game where like TTK is longer, CC is used more often, but because in Helldivers we've nerfed the enemies and buffed Helldivers so often, the time to kill is so short that CC doesn't matter very much. Like debuffing doesn't matter very much, CC doesn't matter very much. You know what I mean? Which is like a product of us, like, you know, power creep. The same thing has happened in like Destiny, for instance. Like, you know, there was a point in Destiny's history where like freezing and CCing everything was like extremely powerful because the average enemy had a lot more health and we did a lot less damage in Destiny. So players tended to just like had like massive CC builds and then maybe two other people would like focus on damage. But then we've also had times in Destiny where like the player is so powerful and one-shots everything that CC is completely irrelevant because you just kill everything so fast. But the thing is that we probably will never return to a mode of like, you know, enemies being tanky and stuff like that because the Helldivers community has complained so much whenever they've added an enemy that is tanky and that benefits from CC. I'm looking at you, Flesh Mob. You know, the Flesh Mob is a perfect example of an enemy that benefited from CCing it and then like killing it or like killing it as a team. But obviously people were not happy with the flesh mob being so tanky and requiring like a lot of time to kill or like teamwork. So I doubt they'll go back to an enemy type like that again. Because they got really harsh feedback on the flesh mob. And I agreed with some of it. Like, I thought that the ankles of a flesh mob should be like a weak point. Like a better weak point. Because if you could like shoot out their ankles, they would just like, you know, waddle around on the ground and die or something like that. Or it'd be like a mobility kill where they basically just like, they're kind of like the voteless, where if you take out their leg, if you take out the leg of a voteless, they literally just like bleed out. What would CC a flesh mob back then? Charge, nothing would disrupt them? Gas. Gas was like a really good CC. EMS was another CC. Even when they were charging. I think the flesh mob would still charge while in gas, but he would be like just running around aimlessly. Ironically, the sterilizer was really good versus flesh mobs. If you brought like a sterilizer plus like crossbow or sterilizer plus like eruptor, you know, that was you could easily clear out hordes of flesh mobs by yourself. Just the clipping bug is annoying. Oh, when you were getting clipped by them when they ran by you? Yeah, they fixed that eventually, which is nice. They just shrunk the hitbox, which is great. It was annoying. They were too good at knocking you on your ass.
Mission in 20 minutes remaining.
Wish they didn't put weapon customization in the back burner. Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like whatever metrics they were going off of told them that it wasn't a good system. I do wonder what metrics they were paying attention to hear that. Like, was it just the hardcore community that, like, you know, finished the weapon customization in, like, 2 weeks? And then they were giving feedback like, this sucks? Or was it the casual community that just didn't interact with it very much? I don't know.
Requesting sentry.
When weapon customization first came out, I definitely heard a lot of people complaining about it, Saint. But it was mostly complaining about it from like a perspective of not all the things got added. I've never heard anyone like full out say like was a bad idea. So I don't know. Maybe there is a section of the community that I didn't hear from that just hated the system. But just remember, they didn't word it as like people hated it. He worded it as it didn't satisfy progression needs, which is true. Because at the end of the day, it kind of is just a band-aid fix, right? It's an hour thing. No, it like what we're referring to right now is that people hated it, but I don't think anyone ever hated it. It just didn't satisfy what people wanted from a progression system, which I think is fair, because I think a lot of hardcore players just did like Illuminate Blitz missions, leveled everything up to level 25 and said, yeah, this sucks. You know? I think that's where he was coming from, Saint. And they were probably listening to a lot of, you know, people who min-max the fun out of the system. and just finish the system really fast, and then we're like, this doesn't satisfy our progression needs. And it's like, I don't think that ever would have for those players. But I think for like the average, like, you know, person who plays like a couple hours a week, I think it's very satisfying for them. But that being said, it still is being expanded on. It's just only for new weapons. Existing weapons that never got changes have not been getting new ones. But they have been adding, you know, attachments to older weapons. Or sorry, they have been adding attachments to weapons that already... Or, dude, brain, please. They're adding attachments for like WARBOND items and stuff like that that we are getting over time. So it's not like completely dead, but they haven't expanded on it. Yeah, that's probably another one, Saint. That is definitely another one. Some people just don't interact with enough weapons. You know, either because the weapons that they use are just the best weapons, and they obviously can't nerf them, so they have to buff everything up to them, but that's like really tough. How do you buff every weapon to be as powerful as a crossbow? That's really tough.
Never mind. North.
Yeah, for sure, Saint. Maybe that's where they're looking at it, because I'm sure they have those stats, where they can see how many people have like leveled up something, or how many things they've leveled up. Or going through the buildings. Yeah, I never really minded the flesh mobs going through buildings as much as other people. I think the only one that bothered me was when a flesh mob got stuck on the ground and it would melee you from underneath. That was the only one that bothered me. I didn't really care that they could run through buildings occasionally. I just saw it as the building's not being destroyed for some reason. It's like a visual bug. But hey, it's getting patched, so you won't have to deal with it hopefully in the future. What up, Joff? Stuck on the floor was the only one that killed me. It was annoying. Yeah. I found getting stuck on the floor was just the one that, like, that needed to be fixed. Them occasionally running through a building was like, I don't know. Or an overseer getting stuck and able to melee you to death? I don't know that one. I don't think that ever happened to me. Snitches going through building and calling reinforcements. Oh, the watchers. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's a problem with how they design these buildings. I've tried to explain this before, is that I think the enemies don't see these buildings as fully built. The AI and the collision, there's only one version of them, and it's probably like for optimization or an oversight, I don't know. But there's like a proper building with collision and stuff like that for like regular, and then there's a destroyed version where they can walk over it and like through the old hitbox. And I think the enemies ignore the fully built version and they just walk through or fly through the building because they think it's destroyed already. Does that make sense?
Extraction shuttle inbound.
And I don't know why that's the case. I don't know if that's like a optimization or if it's an oversight or whatever, but I think that's what's happening. But I don't actually know. Because, like, yeah, I think that's what's happening. Do you guys not want to get all the POIs? There's a fuckload of them. Or did you guys already check them out?
I'll just wait by the extract. You guys go.
I mean, there's no rush. We don't have to rush or anything.
Yeah, no. I'm just
I'm just
calling the extract so we can leave when we're ready.
I'm just fucking yapping. I haven't played a Sandy Planet in ages. Love the look. Yeah, they are cool.
50 meters. Requesting orbital strike.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
I'll just have Pelican 1 float.
Requesting orbital.
A lot of goop on the map. That's what I'm saying, dude. I looked at that mini map and I was like, damn.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Are you the French Jeff Bezos? Makes sense. I just want it fixed. Yeah,
Surprise,
I can
motherfucker.
agree with that, Pearl Harbor.
Requesting sentry.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do hope that they address that. Because it can be
You gotta get
annoying
away from extract.
when a watcher or like a elevated overseer like flies up into a building. Yo, chill. Maiden Prime sub, you're welcome. Mr. Jeff Bezos. French Jeff Bezos, bonjour. Comment ça va? Thank you for the Prime. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Alright, I've exhausted all the French that I know.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Oui, oui, ça va bien. I wish I remembered more French from high school, but I do not. That's all Maple picked up in French class. Mm-hmm. You are correct. You are correct. Oui, oui, baguette. Oui, oui, croissant. Croissant. Est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes? I remember that one too. I think that's it. Oh, I guess I didn't do all the ones in the city, I think. So I think on the right side of the city, maybe?
Northeast, 300 meters.
Trust me, I kept none of the Spanish I learned in high school. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna lose it if you don't use it, right? I never had to use my French. Like, I even went to France and I didn't have to use my French. Like, they would see me, they'd be like, oh, that guy's Canadian probably, or American probably, and they just started talking to me in English. I never had a problem. Like, if I lived in Montreal, you know, Montreal, like, yeah, right, sure. I'd probably use it, and I'd probably learn a lot. But dude, that just doesn't happen.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Caleb! With the 20 gifted! Yes, you can. Salute. Thanks, man. Thank you, Caleb, for the 20 gifted. You absolute legend. Thanks, man. That's really fucking kind. Thanks, dog. Supporting the stream. As always. Thanks, dude. Wouldn't be here without you. Medals. Blech. How did I not decapitate that guy, actually? Oh my god, he almost killed me.
What about me?
What about me? Oh, there's Miss Wawa. Hi, Miss Wawa. Thank you for the 500 bits. Annie, I wouldn't be here without you either. You're welcome again, Maple. what did you do? Caleb, I frequently donate to a guy who works with special needs people on a daily basis. That is a great way to describe my job. I should tell it to family members that ask me, hey, what do you do again? Oh, I work with special needs kids. And I argue with idiots on the internet. I think that's a lore accurate way of describing my job. Hi, Reese. You just called us kids? Hey, I didn't say you were all kids. I mean, you're kind of outing yourself on that one. Okay, which kid is the most neediest special one here? I mean, for historical purposes, Teo. Teo takes the cake big time. I think Carl doesn't mind if I, like, don't read aloud his, like, rambling sometimes. I try my best to get to it, but sometimes he just rambles and I just, you know, I don't have time to read it. But I think he's fine. It doesn't bother him if I don't read it out loud. Teo, I know it bothers him. So I'd say I think it's Teo. I just scream into the void. That's fine. Pretty good community. I think we got a pretty good community here. I think we got a pretty good community. That's so fatherly of you, Maple. Stop saying it like that. Oh, good. Is it a tax write-off to help people in need?
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Maple's a father. I feel like it sometimes. Oh, I definitely feel like it. You guys are growing up so fast. You're such good kids. Hey, Benzie. Pillars have been loving the dance lately. I have noticed the dancers.
Daddy.
Annie, not on stream. Annie said wilder shit yesterday. She says the wildest of shit. Caleb, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Thank you, Annie, for the 100 bits. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Creamer gang? Dude, I love the creamer. You see, and now I can't stop saying creamer because of, not Teo, because of Carl. Nice. 69% accuracy. Nice. 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 GG's, homies. GG's. Pleasure.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Feel free to sign up for another one if you guys want.
The hour of our next victory rapidly approaches.
Perdana, Carl, and Draxel.
Sea of alien scum.
Thank you for the hype train. You can see him squirm. Annie loves seeing me squirm. She says the most wild shit on purpose just to get a reaction out of me.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Creamer gang.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
What was the blog post like for Arc Raiders? Any good? I'm down to skim through it while people join. Oh, everybody's already here. Never mind.
Coordinates locked. Hellpod prime.
Carl, gonna bring the Tesla Tower? I mean, I'm bringing the Tesla Tower if he doesn't bring it.
Orbit synchronized.
Dude, my chat is like lagging out so hard. Dude, I need to find a better shared chat. I tried out Chatterino, but it doesn't have YouTube support. So I can't use Chatterino. Ugh. I don't know how other streamers do it. Maybe they just only read Twitch chat. First time using it, it's really good. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the cremator is awesome. And that's not to say like the normal flamethrower gets overshadowed, because I know a lot of people who do normal flamethrower and then the flamethrower guard dog, and then they say it's better than the cremator, which is fair. I mean, it's 2 stratagems for the price of 1, right? Or not for the price of 1, but 2 stratagems versus 1 stratagem, right? Just don't bother YouTube chat. I mean, there is part of me that is tempted to do that, but the other part of me is like, I want to ditch the YouTubers. Like, I don't know. There's genuinely some great people that come by YouTube. Unfortunately, it is sometimes feels overshadowed by a very large amount of people that are just unhinged in YouTube chat. I will say the average person on YouTube chat is more unhinged than on Twitch. That's for sure. You get some absolutely insane combos from them. It says 16 people watching, but I'm the only one texting. Yup. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, because unfortunately this chat program that I use is delayed, so it's more delayed than normal chats. That's why sometimes I'm a little slow at replying to stuff because it is delayed. And then on top of that, when you guys get really talkative, it's like it gets even more delayed. Like when Caleb does a gifted sub, like a bunch of gifted subs, it takes like about 5 minutes for my chat to like properly catch up. So that's why I'm looking up at my other chat, like the proper just Twitch one. It's very annoying. I'm good, Carnage. How are you?
Requesting sentry.
I'm good. Overall, good. Social media or socialstream.ninja.
Tagging map. West.
Ninja from Fortnite?
Objective completed.
I don't know. Can you DM that to me, Caleb? I'll have to look into it. Because I've tried a couple of chat programs, but they all have had delays or they've all had like different issues. Or I'd have to like pay for a subscription and stuff like that. And it's just like, oh my god, I don't want to have to pay money per month. Thanks for DMing it to me, buddy. Maybe that'll be the one. Who knows? Did you guys know I killed ninja once? I killed them twice, technically. But it's fine. Doesn't look like it's paid. Nah, you're fine, dude. You don't have to do any digging. I'll look into it. I'm curious. He's got that. Maybe we'll show the clip. Only if you guys want to see it. Ba
Requesting sentry.
da 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 da. Were you not here during that time?
Southwest. 200 meters.
Like for Ninja? I mean, I killed Ninja back when I wasn't even a streamer. I was just playing PUBG. First time. And then Arc Raiders. Annie, are you okay?
Objective near your position.
Guy named Mapleweed. That's me, dude.
Calling down a sentry.
Stop it. Annoying. Yeah, but Annie, that's why I asked it. Because I was trying to be annoying. You know how you try to annoy me? And like tease me? Well, you see, honey, you're not the only one. I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Bye, honey. That's not too close, right? It might shock me. I'm like just outside of range, I think, of it. He's good back there. Oh my god. That charger's fucked. It says it has interactive chat games too. Oh, interactive chat games, you say? Annie, the white sweatshirt is white. What is wrong with your screen? Is it the, like, is it the camera? You just, like, what is happening? Do I need to add more brightness? There you go. Right? Is that better? It's like every white piece of clothing that I show is like not white enough.
300 meters.
See, now it's white. Very white. You need a tan. Oh. Annie is on her nitpicky route. I don't need a tan. No one needs a tan. Ugh. Get an egregious spray tan. Ooh, that sounds nice. We like egregious. Egregious is good. You're very pale. You look like you're low on veteran. So? Why does it matter? What? Because people are gonna judge me? Why the fuck do I care what people think? That would just make me miserable if all I do is think about what other people think of me. See, that's how you rage bait Maple. Okay, I can't fucking see. Oh, fuck.
Bug outpost destroyed.
You gotta be kidding me. That sucks. You turned right into me, and because of the slowdown of the sandstorm, good move.
Objective near your position.
An artisan at her craft. Annie's very good at rage baiting, but she hates it when people rage bait her. She's not a very good recipient of being rage baited.
Tactical asset within threat range.
Proto, I would agree with you if they weren't releasing on the same day. If you enjoy your next 24 hours, bye. Bye, Margot. C tier rage bait. More options is better now. Yeah, but you have to decide between the two. The optimal situation is like Helldivers does theirs, and then, you know, Far Far West comes out. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. What are the chances that an explosion happens right next to me, right as the charger is right in front of me, so I get knocked down? That's crazy. Oh, I didn't get the reload off. Then on top of that, Arc Raiders does their big update the exact same day. It's annoying as hell, bro. It's like more options is better, but also, you ever gone to a restaurant that has too big of a menu?
Calling down a sentry.
Bug outpost destroyed.
But if it all came out at like more like interval time periods, people get to enjoy it like one at a time. That's typically what games do. It's just for some reason Far Far West didn't pay attention to HG2's update schedule. I was like, fuck it. Release it. And it's like, ah, why? Why? At least give us like a couple days. No, I have a wife. She tells me what to eat. Oh, same. Not on the wife part, but Annie loves to tell me what to eat. First Light and Lego Batman coming out in the same week. When is that? When is that, Caleb? When do we get those games? I'm curious about the 007 game. Maybe I'll stream it. Not gonna lie, I love it. I have to use my brain. I am both ways when she tells me what to eat. Because sometimes I'm like, I'm craving something, and then she's like, no, don't eat that. I'm like, oh, come on. But I want to.
Deploying sentry.
And what the?
Freedom, triumph of its tyranny is one. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
May 22nd, 27th? I might be really busy with Rogue Core. Because Rogue Core comes out, I think, on the 20th?
Bug outpost destroyed.
And I really want to sink my teeth into Rogue Core. We're going to be playing a lot of that.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Core looks sick? Yeah, I'm excited for that. It looks really good. Mix of Hitman games and Uncharted. Yeah. Yeah, it's a more cinematic Hitman experience basically, which is cool. I was worried when we first saw the stuff for 007, but I think they found a nice balance where it's not just a stealth game and it's not just an action game.
Calling down a sentry.
Extraction is available.
That wasn't a headshot. I must have hit him like just on the back of the head. I think that went too far. It did. Random charger, Pog. Of course he does like the fucking U-turn.
Calling in reinforcements.
Ugh.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Tagging location.
Of course he did a U-turn on me. Fucker. Eh, fuck, I'll just put it next to it.
Package acquired.
So ball times are scary. Yeah. We need that alpha ball titan, dude.
Sending in an eagle.
Outpost destroyed.
Scary how? Because you can't kill them? They were tankier. And our weapons weren't as strong against them. And we weren't as good at killing them. Like, we weren't as good at, like, dodging them. Nah, you're fine. I didn't really respect it.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Bum, bum, bum.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Shuttle inbound.
Saw the flat cannon on the new mech with like a sword and you got yourself a poor man's Gundam. I think that's the main reason probably why people are disappointed with the new mech is that like a lot of Gundam fans out there that want to be able to
T-minus 2 minutes.
Mix and match, which is fair. Let's see if we ever get it. What? I'm stuck! No, I'm dead! How did I not die there? That little lip, I thought I could jump over it.
ETA, T-minus 2 minutes.
What am I getting stuck on? Holy protection, dude. I thought I was dead. I was just like, I kind of accepted it. But then once like 2 melees came out of it and he didn't hit me, I was like, oh.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Apparently I moved back far enough.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Get him, Tesla Tower.
ETA, T-minus
Goodbye, my little Tesla Tower. You'll be loved and cherished.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Bum 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 ba dum.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Just said an ad was gonna run, but no ad. I think it depends on where you are in the world. The way Twitch works is that it tries to target ads based on like your geolocation.
Half till the extraction complete.
Oh my god. Who was that? Who did it? Is that Carl?
Carved another foot in a long climb.
Who was it? Who was it?
I'm not sure, but that's crazy.
That-
Oh, it was.
Draxel. Draxel doing it to Carl. That's crazy. I'm in your closet, so no ads for me. It's crazy. Yeah, so like certain regions of the world, you just don't get any ads. Like I'm pretty sure if you're like, you know, maybe in Russia or like China, or I'm trying to think of like other countries that might not get like literally 0 ads. EU? Eh, you should get ads. It's odd that you didn't. Do you have Twitch Turbo? If you have Twitch Turbo, you don't get any ads. I'm in Russia, I don't have ads? Yeah, that makes sense. North Korea, Kimmy J hates ads. He doesn't get any. Lucky guy. Can you do some Predator Strain, Maple? Is Predator Strain available?
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's tyranny. Do it.
Oh, there is Predator Strain available.
Allied destroyer
GG's.
squadron.
I have a data saver for like an exit point on my internet, so that might be that. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe your data center pays for Twitch Turbo, you don't know. Well, that was funny. It was funny. What up, Carl? What's up, Carl? Benzie Thorax Echo. Turn around. Oh, Luna's gone. Luna's gone. You're on my list of someone I wouldn't trust.
Allied destroyer squadron. In Allied
Wait, are you saying turn around in game? Are you behind me in game? Yeah, specify, dude.
orbit synchronized.
Is it worth picking up this game again? Yeah. If you don't go on Reddit, I think this game is in the best state it's ever been, personally. Balance-wise, content-wise,
Squadron.
like performance. It's in a really good spot. On Tuesday, we'll get a big patch that addresses some bugs and stuff like that. Especially ones that I think people have been really irked about, like flesh mobs going through walls and stuff. So it's cool. So if you're gonna come back to the game, I'd say probably Tuesday, or I mean, you can come back early and then get ready for Tuesday. But yeah, I think the game's in a good spot. Not perfect, so you know, the hope is that they continue to address them. More recently, some Sief artilleries have been bugging out for us, not being able to complete them, which is new. I've never had that happen before, other than like when someone really lags out. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot going on Tuesday, so I get it. Arc Raiders is their update. Far Far West is coming out. The new Diablo expansion is coming out. Saros is coming out on Thursday. Like, it's annoying how much shit is coming out. All right, gamers, let's do it.
Hellpod prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Just hit level 27, loving the game? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, the majority of people that are like very mad at the game are the like very hardcore player base, and they have, you know, many expectations that just don't feel like they're being met. That's kind of the main thing. And then the newest WARBOND has 2 mechs in it, which people are not happy about because the 2 previous mechs that came out 2 years ago were free to the player base, and these ones are part of a WARBOND, so some people are unhappy with that. Personally, doesn't really bother me because it's like that was 2 years ago. This is now. And it's not like we're getting no free content. We're getting a lot outside of new stratagems, so it's like, yeah. But some people care a lot more about that, and they're entitled to their opinion. What happens at 6-7? Oh god. I apologize for Carl ahead of time. He's a bit of a character. He's a bit of a character. He's still free, you just need to get grind the super guys. And that's what I've been saying as well. That's why it doesn't bother me. Like, if it really was a paywall where you had to swipe your credit card, yeah, I'd be up in arms with them, but it's a war bond. Some people call it corporate brewery, but I'm just like, guys, with that kind of attitude, then all of our war bonds of the last 2 years are corporate greed. Like, they're constantly adding stratagems that are variants of stratagems that we constantly have into war bonds. You know, I don't know. Worst thing about the game for me is the player base is overwhelmingly negative. Thankfully, the game itself is great. Yeah, it's not perfect, but I can easily say I have a great time playing. Just avoid certain parts of the internet, and I think you'll be quite happy. Player base ain't bad. Yeah, it's not the majority of the player base. It is definitely a vocal minority that gets very like up in arms about it. Would agree. Would agree. The average person that plays this game, I'm sure, does not pay attention to that stuff. Or agree. But it's definitely one of those situations where, like, they just don't voice their concerns because they don't care. Because usually you only hear from, like, the two extremes when it comes to topics like this. Right? The people that are overwhelmingly positive or the people that are overwhelmingly negative. The people in the middle aren't normally heard in a situation like this. Okay, we just want to play and have a good time. Yeah, like, a lot of people are like that, right? But the problem is that because we typically don't say much and we're not too loud about it, they think that they're the majority, the ones that are complaining, unfortunately. Tribalism is very much active and alive in the world. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, not dead. Dude, I just keep getting clipped by these guys today. I also think people care about their opinion. We all know the truth, though. That's social. That's a social media syndrome. Oh, he's dead.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Isn't that like 15 charges in a row? It's definitely a lot. That's tier 10 for you. Especially tier 10 Blitz. The maps are smaller on Blitz, so the heat map tends to be more crazy on Blitz. So you're more likely to run into a lot more not players. Likely to run into a lot more enemies. Does leveler have tracking? Nope. It's a dumb fire. You're thinking of the Solo Silo. That has tracking. It has a laser designator. So you can hold down the button and then continue to like designate a target. Or change where it is mid-flight if you wanted to. It's like the Half-Life 2 rocket launcher, if you ever played that. The chat showed up on stream, but Twitch said it failed to send. Oh, that's weird. That's very weird. Oh, that happened too. Interesting. Trying to use the spear. I was hoping it was like that. Oh, no, no. It's not like the spear. Another weapon that is tracking that you might like is the Wasp. That is tracking. Similar to the spear. A little different. The Wasp is kind of like the spear and autocannon had a baby. Oh shit, I wrote to read chat. Oh my god, stalker. This is a terrible time to get pushed by stalkers. Wasp that on Warbond? It shouldn't be. It should be like a base stratagem that you have like available to you to buy on the ship. It was added with the Legend at Warbond, but it was given to the community for free. Pretty sure it's still free, right? Is the game in a good state? Yeah. As long as you don't frequent social media.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Dude, chill. Isn't the commander also tracking? It's laser designated, yeah. Would you be so to open paint and join us how the spear and autocannon can make a baby? Well, you see, when a weapon family likes another weapon family, they sometimes procreate. And developers will deliver via a game update a little baby weapon.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle.
One family likes another family? Yeah, that's normal. Don't be weird. I didn't say related family. When a mummy gun and a daddy gun like each other very much, they make a baby gun. Do you think they'll implement first person outside aiming? No, I think it's gonna maintain this. It would be a lot of extra work for them, and I kind of doubt they're gonna do it. Especially in today's meta of like game being cinematic, the majority of cinematic games tend to be very like third person oriented. But yeah, I don't think they'll invest the time into making it a first person game, even though I think it would be cool. I think a lot of people would agree they'd rather just work on other stuff.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
How come everybody's kicking up a stink? I'll be honest, we've been talking about it so much this week. I'd rather not get into it for another time, Ballsy, but some people wanted things in the new WARBOND, specifically the MECHS, to be free, and they had an expectation that all new MECHS would be free, and they're not. And the second one is that, you know, it's just hardcore players want more progression and updates specifically for hardcore players, but they're continuing to make content more for everyone rather than just them, but they kind of feel like unheard. Project 2077 would have been good in third person. Maybe. I prefer it in first, but maybe.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds. ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds.
Whoa, what am I interrupting over here? My bad. Whoa. I'm gonna go over here. Oh, Monk ass, bro. Yo, chill. Helldivers, chill. I don't know, something private. My bad. I mean, pun intended. Just started Thursday. There's so much I haven't done. I can't imagine how hardcore grinders feel. It'll take you a long term to get there. You'll eventually get there. You know, you'll get to the quote-unquote end of the game where you're just waiting for more updates. But it'll take you a long time. Like, I'd say the fastest hour-wise you could get there would probably be like, you're closing in at 1,000 hours, probably. You know, to unlock all the war bonds, you know, progress through all of the weapon upgrading, you know, experience all of the factions and events and stuff like that. It'll take you a long time. Because especially since they're constantly adding new stuff while you're progressing. Hey, Aloha. Good morning. Which game is this? This game. It'll take you a while to catch up to all the content that's been released. And that's assuming, like, you're not grinding all super credits. Like, that's assuming, like, you might be buying the occasional war bond. I think 1,000 hours is pretty conservative about, you know, consuming all the content.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
TCS Tower is still best event. I see people saying that it's coming back. I didn't catch that. Did a developer say that they were coming back? Like the event? Like the mission type? Does the dev team ever do drops? No. There was one at the very start of the game, and they've never done another one, unfortunately. I would really appreciate if they brought them back, but they don't. Sugar storms at the end of Meridia were amazing. Yeah, I kind of hope that they come back. I always love that end point. All right, someone said they wanted to watch Predator stream.
Now jump to the Bohr system. FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates lost.
I never pick up my phone. I just let the ringtone go for the vibe. True. Spider Noir looks good. Was not on my bingo card for this year. What's Spider Noir? There's downtime Tuesday. Do you know how long? For this game? This game doesn't have downtime. It's a constantly up game. Helldivers is always cooking, as they say. Amazon show? Oh, what's it about? Really? Yeah. Yeah. Their update schedule is usually 5 a.m. EST, like 11 a.m. Central European time. Is typically when we get our updates. Spider-Man played by Nick Cage. Really? You guys fucking with me? Is that a real thing? Is this gonna be a big update? Yeah, it should be. Should be a rather large update. We get the WARBOND, some changes, fixes, typical stuff, but then we should get 2 new biomes and a terminated sub-faction or new enemies. I don't think it's quite clear yet if it's just like one new enemy or like a sub-faction.
1 year, free.
Yo! Miss Tofu! What up, gamer? How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for the 1 year. Sheesh. Has it really been that long? Holy. How you doing? What you been up to? What you been playing? For real, you don't know? Yeah, I haven't heard of it. No, you were the first person who's mentioned New Wars Spider-Man. I have not seen that mentioned. Spider-Man in his emo phase. Spider-Man with the contrast settings boosted. Just finished Mouse PI. Ooh. Good? Good, or was IGN cooking? Can I be a smartass for once? Like a week ago, I read something that perfectly encapsulated the HGT community for me. It's like, I don't know what that means. Madness is something rare in individuals, but in groups, parties, peoples, and ages, it's the rule. Niche. Nietzsche? Nietzsche. Wait, is that like a philosopher? Or was he... No, not a philosopher. He was a... can't remember the word. Person who studies the human mind or human behavior. Can't remember the name.
You have ignited the torches of liberty.
Brain don't work. That IGN guy's a bozo. Yeah, as expected. As expected. Philosopher. He's a philosopher, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember that name, Nietzsche. Yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it. I think the average Helldiver is probably not unhinged at all, but you find them in a group, you might think they are unhinged, you know?
Enemy tactical asset
I think a tree just ate that rocket.
extraction is available.
What extension am I missing to see these missing emotes? 7TV? Highly recommend it, by the way. This tofu. People love 7TV. Good extension. You dummy. Oh god. No! I missed the shot and it was all over. I'm installing now. I'm an unk. It's all good.
Calling in reinforcements.
All good. We love educating our elders.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
That's a lot of buggos next to me. Yeah, I was pretty much dead there. I kind of needed gas grenade, and I think that's the only way I survived that.
Deploying reinforcements.
Nah, I don't need to get my shit back. I don't care.
You may proceed to extract.
Fable's an unk too. Don't know how to expand comment section on a Reddit response. Okay, that's not unk. That's just I don't like Reddit.
Tagging map. South
If anything, that just shows you spent too much time on Reddit. Okay. Fuck Reddit. I scroll on Reddit. I think I have made a total of like 4 posts ever on Reddit, like comment posts. Like, yeah, I understand. Like, I don't care for Reddit. Did you read all the responses? Yeah, yeah, we did. The only time I spend is when you are watching. Gaston's Rover versus Pros Train? Yeah, for sure.
sentry.
Do you see any that spawn? A lot of his responses were pretty like, hey guys, we're cooking. Let us cook. It's in development. We just don't have any announcements to make right now. And then the other side of it was like PR responses that are just like, you know, they're explaining their situation, but a lot of gamers just don't give a shit if you're busy or don't have enough time to do things. Like, a lot of gamers just don't care that you have a life outside of work or that you might be working on something else and don't have time to work on something that they want. They don't care. So those responses are not going to be met well by the community.
Calling enemy sentry.
Like,
Post clear.
you know, I appreciate them just saying like, hey, we don't have enough time. And I understand that, but a lot of people don't. They don't care. Like, you should be hiring more people, or you should be prioritizing what I want versus what you're doing. Basically that kind of energy, you know? So that happens a lot in the Helldivers community, I notice. Like, people have certain gripes with, like, certain bugs or balance patches and stuff like that, and it's just, like, a lot of time you get, you know, people that are just upset that the thing that they want is not being addressed. Which is understandable, but at the same time, you know, like, a lot of times they do address all the points that are being made in the community. It just takes time because they have a laundry list of things that they're working on at all times, right? Including new feature updates. So if you ask them to go back and fix something, it means that you might be taking them away from working on the new thing more. You know what I mean? So there's a give and take to that.
Requesting sentry.
I was meaning what upcoming changes he mentioned stood out to you. The ship upgrades, like I said. Other than that, you know, everything else is kind of like I already kind of expected. Like, I'm sure MO changes were coming because I would be very surprised if they didn't. I was a little sad to hear that they deprioritized weapon customization. Obviously, they're still working on it because new weapons still get attachments, but
200 meters.
they deprioritized adding more weapon attachments for other weapons because apparently it didn't resolve the issue of progression, and that was kind of the aim for it. But I think it did. It didn't satisfy the hardcore player base that won't shut up about wanting more. Like, they always want more. So I think, unfortunately, they got a lot of feedback about the weapon customization, and there's just a lot of people out there that play so much that it will never satisfy them. To be fair, shareholders also make studios not deliver quality. For sure. It is a two-way street. Yeah. Shareholders suck because they want return on their investment, and they don't always want to give a developer an extra 6 months to a year before they can get a return on investment, which is both sucks but also fair at the same time. Like, I hate to hear about it, but also it's like, yeah, a game can't be in development forever, you know? But it's like Helldivers is a particular community. Like, we were talking about it earlier, that like Deep Rock Galactic is a game that gets an update once a year. And in comparison to content that Helldivers gets, like, Helldivers gets like maybe 4 to 5 updates of similar quality or like quantity a year, and then Helldivers gets many more small updates compared to Deep Rock Galactic. But because people don't expect more from Deep Rock Galactic is like very beloved. Updates come out, they're well polished, they get one a year, they're satisfied. But with Helldivers, they're expecting a lot more content per month. And when Helldivers tries to meet that, like, and they try to aim at certain points, you know, they're satisfying that portion of the community, but obviously, sometimes in order to get that speed, they have to like make sacrifices on quality, which sucks. And that's another thing that you brought up, is that they're trying to improve the process even more, which is good, but it's like, can you do it? You gotta actually do it. You can't just say it. It's like, that's super hard for them. Every 6 weeks we get a new WARBOND. That's nuts. I remember first reading that they were gonna do it every 5 weeks. I think it's like months. It's every 6 weeks. That's insane. That's an insane work ethic. Like, and the crazy thing that I always find is people complain about them having support studios to do content outside of the main team. And it's like, well, that's how they can maintain it and have higher quality. So like when a support studio is working on a WARBOND, that means that the other developers can work on another WARBOND or work on something else, right? And it's like leapfrogging thing. He was more talking about perks, I think, Aloha, not transmog on that one. I don't think he was talking about transmog with that one. I think he was just talking about the perk. Don't get yourself too hyped up on that one. You mean insane outsourcing? It's not insane outsourcing though. That Reddit thread will make you believe that it's insane outsourcing, but it's not insane outsourcing. Like, I get it. People that go on Reddit will read that stuff and take it like as 100% truth, and like that's the reality. But like, nah.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
Love a customizable perk system. That would be cool. Like, Reddit loves to frame things like they know exactly what's going on, but at the end of the day, it's like you got to be inside the studio to know exactly what's going on. You give too much importance to Reddit, Maple. Most of the Gen Zs forget how to read. Well, I mean, Striker, for instance, is definitely referencing the Reddit post that was posted not too long ago. But then they put too much, like, onus on that, right? Like, that has to be the truth. But, like, the thing is with Reddit is that obviously a lot of time they're very biased when they put out their information, right? Obviously the person that was writing it was very much like, this is a bad thing that they're outsourcing this much, and why aren't they adding more stuff if they're outsourcing this much? But they don't realize the context of the situation because they're not applying the context. They're just trying to frame it in a certain way. Like, outsourcing is necessarily like a good thing because it's more sustainable for Arrowhead because they're not, you know, hiring a fuckload of devs that if the game dips that they then have to lay off. So hiring studios that just do, you know, points of like helping with a WARBOND or stuff like that, it's different. There's enough data to speculate around 50% of the game is outsourced. So how do I describe this to you? I don't know how much you know about like outsourcing, but it's not like when they give them a WARBOND, they do everything, Striker. So you can think of it as like with a WARBOND, when a developer hires them as outsourcing, it's not like 100% of the task is given to them. They'll just develop parts of it, right? To help the team be able to work on more things. So if you phrase it in a certain way, that you could say like, well, they did everything as part of this WARBOND. They did everything as part of this. But they get constant direction from Arrowhead themselves, right? And that happens like all over like the industry, right? You don't just like give them a task and then they go off and make it. And it's not like Arrowhead doesn't do anything to help that team. They have to train them. They have to give them feedback. They have to give them like, you know, points that they need to go for. Like the conceptual phase and so on and so forth. It's still done by like the same teams, like for like mocap and stuff like that. And then some parts of Arrowhead will still work on that WARBOND fully, right?
Here. The galaxy awaits your salvation.
But it's like we have so much content coming in the game and people expect so much content. Why would they not outsource? right? Especially when their goal is to be sustainable. Like, people phrase outsourcing like it's such a negative thing. I don't get it. I think there's such like a stigma behind it. It's like being mad at a restaurant when the head chef doesn't make your meal. It's, you know, well, that's why you have like line cooks, and that's why you have a sous chef, and that's why you have all these different people that work on the overall product. And like, I would understand if the outsourcing was bad, but it's not bad. I don't really mind outsourcing so long as it's not slop being made. However, Disco Studio has made horrible updates. I don't know who's Disco Studio.
To envisage what repulsive larvae gestates within the gloom as we speak.
I don't know, what is Disco Studio? Is that one of the? Is that one of the outsourcers? I don't know who you're talking about, but anyways, I don't think any of the outsourced stuff is bad. If you can point to something that you think is bad, but like the last bunch of WARBONDs that have been worked on by some of the outsourced stuff is good. Disco garbage. Disco Garage? I don't who's Disco Garage? Is that an outsource? Sorry, do you just hate this outsourced studio? Like, what's going? I need to understand your context here. What's up? Why are you so mad about this? Because I understand not liking slop. No one likes swap. No one wants slop. But you could argue that the last couple WARBONDs we've gotten have been like really fucking good. And then the last like bunch of enemies coming out have been good. Like Cyborgs were awesome. Fox were awesome. Illumina have been awesome. I just don't understand. Like, where is the problem with the outsourcing? Where's the problem? What's the problem? Because, like, you know, doing outsourcing is not necessarily a bad thing. It could be a bad thing if something negative comes out of it, for sure. But I don't think that's happening here. I can't see the problem. Help me see it. Like, I feel like I have to Google this because he's not typing fast enough. It's bothering me. What is Disco Garage? Is that a studio? Disco Garage. It's a song. Disco Garage Games? Disco Garage Studio. So they're out of Etobicoke? No, this is Garage Records. What the f... No? Disco Garage Games?
The galactic war waits for no one.
Is it these people? You don't like these people? I mean, they're arcade. Like, what the fuck is Disco Garage? I don't even... What the fuck? I don't know. He's not replying. I don't know. Anyways, let's get back to what we're doing. I don't know. It's just... People are so mad. It's like they can't fuck... Oh, he's got a link. He's got a link.
Select an operation.
Okay, so why do we hate these guys? Do we hate these guys? What? Can you explain? So they worked a little bit. They added some features to Homes and Territory. They added some features to... So
Allied destroyer.
my biggest issue with them is they released okay updates, but they're all broken. So, Striker... How do I explain this that it doesn't sound like an asshole? I don't know how to describe this to you. they worked on a set of features, right? So they only worked on the FRV car and they worked on the vote list, but not fully, right? Obviously, Arrowhead worked on other stuff, so they collaborated on that to work together. The vote list doesn't come out as a broken mess. FRV came out really well. It was awesome. A little hard to control, but I think that was more of a skill issue, but they made it easier. Yeah, the Stingray came out perfect. I honestly think Stingray is one of my favorite ships that they've done. Flesh Mob was unfortunate, but they're addressing it. The Seaf, I don't know where you're getting that one as buggy. Super or Citizens, I don't think that's buggy. The Hive Lord, Terminated boss fight. So Striker, where here other than one enemy that they worked on is a problem. You're literally rage baiting. They never worked on Dragon Titans. They never worked on Vox. So what the hell are you talking about? You gotta be rage baiting. Or you're just not using your brain. Like, I understand not liking bugs in my game and like stuff like that, but they listed what they worked on, Striker. I just can't talk to you, brother. They literally listed what they worked on. You can't, you have no like, he's provided me evidence, but his evidence literally supports the opposite. I don't like this dev studio that worked on the game. Okay, why? Well, this is what they worked on. I don't like all these bugs that were added with these updates. Fair enough. We don't like bugs either. But then we look at that. They show no evidence to support that they worked on anything that you just listed other than the Flesh Mob. And arguably, yeah, the Flesh Mob sucked. Ah, God, bro. Like, I love having conversations with people, but just it felt like he was making his argument as we went through, and he was trying to justify why he was mad, and he didn't know why he was mad. Like, he didn't think it through. He was just mad. It's like, bro. It's like just yelling into the void and just hoping that it works. God, bro. Donna, Draxel, and Carl.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Today's community day? Yeah, every Sunday. I timed him out. I couldn't continue that conversation. That guy needs a day to come back and talk to me.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Ugh. He needs some time. He does need some time. Because, like, I feel like I was helping him with his argument more than he was doing for himself. Because the funny thing is that Stryker brought up that studio and said Vox had several issues and Dragon Titans had issues. But, like, the Vox had issues from a balance perspective. And that has nothing to do with that support studio at the end of the day. That's balance issues. But people liked Vox overall. Dragon Titans, people really like Dragon Titans. They just had balance issues. Right? And they've been adjusted. So it's just like... But they didn't even work on either of them. The only one that I would actually say genuinely was like bad and like poorly implemented would be flesh mobs. Flesh mobs were, you know, fairly broken, right? And they continue to be for some time. But it's like he didn't even mention flesh mobs. That there's actually evidence that they worked on those.
Orbit synchronized.
God, this is why I don't go on Reddit, bro. Oh, he's so confidently wrong. How big is the HG2 download? Pretty small now. They reduced it by a lot. Nixie's, another outsourced studio that helped with some of the game, helped bring it down to 22 gigabytes. If his endgame was rage bait, it worked. Oh, it definitely did. That's the problem, is that I get rage baited by people because I genuinely think I'm going into a conversation. But then it turns out to just be like, they're just like rage baiting. But it's like, the problem is that they're intermixed with people that actually want to have a conversation. So it's so hard for me not to get like baited by it. Like, how do I do that? How do I not get baited by that? Do I just like not have a conversation with these people? Like ever? Fuck. But that's like my whole thing on stream, is that I talk to people. I'm fucked. I just gotta like not read chat at that point, and that's dumb. I'm fucked.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Drop the subject, you're wiring yourself up. It's unfortunate.
Just stream a different game, Mabel.
But they aren't successful on the stream. I can't do it. Doesn't.
Edge.
Yeah. I'm locked in. Think of the new content on ban requests. I don't ban these people unless they're like actual shit people. I just time them out. It's my version or my way of stepping away from conversation. Yeah, Helldivers is like 25 gigabytes. We don't get too many on ban requests. It's because I don't really ban people. I ban like on average one person a month. Maybe. I feel like that even might be a bit too high. I probably time out someone like once a week, maybe? But usually just for a day. And a lot of time they just come back and they're chill. Sometimes they come back and they're dicks and I just ban them, but most of the time they come back and they're like, agree to disagree or something along those lines.
Careful, sentry behind you, Maple.
Ow. The fuck? Rip test star. I found my joke funny, but Maple was malding during posting. Sorry, Carl, I missed it. More games should do that too. God of War Ragnarok is 175. Depends on the game, though. John is. Not all games can shrink in size. Like big time. Depends on the game. Depends on like the resolution. It depends on unique textures. Depends on like the audio files. Like games that have a lot of high level or a high quality audio. It's really hard to compress and keep it high quality. Some games, it just, yeah. But I didn't know God of War Ragnarok was that big. That's pretty crazy. Whoa. But I think there's room for improvement. I'm sure they could cut it down. Yeah.
Requesting sentry.
Like in HG2's case, they were just they were optimized, or what they thought was optimizing for HDDs, so they were duplicating files in order to allow for HDDs to have faster load times, or what they thought was helping with faster load times. But ultimately, it wasn't really helping hard drives very much. So basically what they did was they just got rid of those duplicate files.
Requesting air support.
Oh, I thought that guy would die.
Requesting sentry.
I'm just trying to get a fucking reload off, man. I'd have to deal with half the amount of enemies if I could just kill these alpha. Seems weird to me to assume and bloat your game with that amount testing beforehand. Production is a huge deal. So when the game released, the file size wasn't that big, so it wasn't really bloat. It was just like, you know, it was like when the game first came out, nobody complained about the file size, so it just wasn't an issue. But it's just like 2 years on, obviously they add so much content to the game that the multiplication of it becomes untenable, right? So it just wasn't that big of a deal back then. But also the idea of multiple files in a game has been around for a very long time. Like back in the day, that's how you optimized load times for HDD before SSDs were a thing. Like it's not like new, James. They just thought it was more impactful in this particular game. You know what I mean? Like, limiting it without testing it. Well, it's like they probably did test it back in the day, and it probably had a bigger impact. But with the optimizations they did during development and like stuff like that, it probably changed. Because they've been doing optimizations outside of that, right? As far as load times and stuff like that. But it's also like it was a well-known thing that that's what you do, right? You know? Like, you know, you can go play any game from like the early 2000s. They use that technique to reduce load times.
Calling down a sentry.
Are we talking about multi-platter disk optimization? Basically. Yes. Not to that level of technical, no. But, yeah. Hello. Are you using the tank ammo, or you're asking if I'm using like the armor piercer or shrapnel? I use the armor piercing for the most part, so I can one-shot the brute committer's heads. But when I'm dealing with like hordes of enemies with my autocannon, yeah, I turn on flak.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Thanks, bro. No worries. For the file read IOP improvement. Yeah, we were talking about like the file size improvements on HTT getting so much better. And James was like, well, why didn't they test it when they first implemented it? I was just saying that they probably did, or just trusted the rest of the industry doing it. But in HTD, it just didn't have that much of an impact, or as much as they thought. So it's kind of hindsight 2020, I guess. Or maybe it had more impact when it was in development. I don't know. I'd be curious to know. Shotgun using? It's called the cookout. It's possibly overestimated the amount of PC users using HDD. I think that also is it, but I also wouldn't be surprised because this game was in development for so long. This game was probably originally developed for the PS4. And the PS4 had an hard drive, and it was a particularly slow one. So I kind of guess that like they originally designed this game with the PS4 in mind, right? That's my theory, at least. And also, when this game was originally in development, I think there was just a lot more PC users with HDDs. This game was in development for a long time, so things changed. They just didn't adapt. No, the PS4 did not have an SSD and a hard drive. It was actually a common upgrade that people did, was they upgraded to an SSD. I remember that. A SATA SSD. I mean, it's either that Aloha, or they just didn't care to update it. They were busy making their game and trying to meet deadlines. Restructuring it probably wasn't feasible, maybe. It was a PS4 release. This game, I think it probably was originally intended to be, but it just took so long to make that they said, ah, fuck it, let's make it for PS5. Or maybe it was going to be a dual release, PS4 and PS5, maybe? Like a dual. So obviously they would have to, you know, take into account the PS4. You're gonna make an HG3, which engine you think would best optimize longevity? I don't know. It's really tough to think of an engine that could do what this game does. I don't know the engine tech well enough to be able to say, oh yeah, this one. It would take a lot of research for them even, right? An engine that can do procedural generation. It can do good peer-to-peer. It can deal with the AI. That many AI, especially more complex AI rather than just like run at player. I don't know. Good question. I don't know. Because like I don't think this game would go better on UE5. I think we'd be in a worse spot if this game used UE5 personally. The Swarm engine would be interesting, but I don't know how well the Swarm engine would deal with like an open world environment like this. Like the Swarm engine, I think is recently being used on that zombie driving game that we played, but those worlds are very small and they don't actually deal with that many enemies at the same time, other than when you get locked into a particular area. The big trade-off, building in-game house engine to save money and train all those devs from scratch. Well, the thing is with where they are is that this isn't an in-house engine. This is like a Swedish engine, and all the Swedish game development studios hire from the schools around them, and the schools around them in Stockholm and the rest of Sweden teach classes with this engine, Autodesk Stingray. So they tend to hire from those schools locally, right? And they already know Autodesk Stingray a lot of the time. Yeah, man. That was how it was explained to me when I talked to the developers, is that like a lot of people coming out of school, game development school in Sweden, tend to know the engine. Probably not like at an expert level, so they'll need to be taught something probably, but
Carl, I found a one bunker. Thank you, boss. Holy fuck, it's dog shit. Never mind.
downside is the majority limits the hiring pool to global developers. Yeah, but at the same time, like, they also spoke of, like, they do hire people from, like, outside of Sweden. It's just, there's a training period. You know what I mean?
Objective located. Northwest. Requesting sentry.
Fuck. Well, I just died here.
Reinforcing.
Is there like a turret on the far side?
Air support.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
You died to karma. What kind of karma was I... What kind of karma was I having there? Because I killed a bug?
Reinforcing.
That's interesting to know. That IT just pays so much better than game development. Very interesting.
Mission progress logged. Mission map updated.
Stealing you. Thank you. Tagging map. South. 200 meters.
They've adopted it, right? Now they are the people updating it, Aloha. Them and Fat Shark. So Fat Shark is also a Swedish developer that makes the Tide games. Dark Tide, Vermintide. Application software engineer here. Definitely worth more than the game development. Fair enough. I didn't realize. We're on Klasa. I don't even know what plan is. I think it's Borok.
Requesting sentry. Engaging terminal.
You should have brought any here yesterday. There's a lot of diamonds here.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Holy shit! The bug was beneath us in the walls!
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen that, like, starting salaries in game development are quite low. But I kind of thought that was, like, across the software development industry.
Sending down sentry.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, that went amazing. That was awesome. That was what we want.
Laying down on it. Think of the 3 months, brother.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements. Calling down.
So Dark Tide and Vermintide are also built on Stingray? Yep. And apparently there's some amount of collaboration between the two developers. Not sure how much, but...
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Do you know anything about Arrowhead's new game? I don't think anyone does. Other than the fact that Tencent has helped fund it? Nah. I'd laugh if it's Magic 4. PvE extraction called Hell Raiders. What you rocking? Fit check. What do I have? Siege ready, light. Weapons. Autocannon. Gas strike. Flame turret. Tesla tower? Yeah, I'm using the cookout. Am I memeing? I'm not really memeing. I'm just doing my standard, like, fuck it, let's put some things together. My own version of a randomized loadout. So if they change the camera, didn't issue 2, they could make Magicka. Magicka wasn't a bad game, just be funny. I don't know. I don't really know anything really about Magicka, but I wouldn't be surprised if Peel stat maybe like oh no, that's not good. As soon as I saw the Strategy ball land, I knew they were fucked.
Who threw that? Who threw that?
Well, it's really easy to tell. There's only one person with a stretchery gun on cooldown. There's the murderer right there. This fucking thing. Carl, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Just because you have a beef with Drac doesn't mean you can kill us.
I mean, I got 3 kills instantly. True. Magicka was more or less HT1, just says stratagems, combine elements, causing spells. Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. So if they just did like Magicka, the new Magicka game, but made a third person. Okay, I think that's cooking. I think that's cooking iron. That's cool.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Anyone clip that? That's a good question. Anyone get that clip? That was a funny moment. I could see that game being fun, Iron. Take the HD2 formula, but, you know, change it up. Make it fantasy. Be neat. It's the same top-down view. I think it'd be a fun game. That'd be neat. I can see where you're coming from. I can see that. No idea what game they're working on, but I could see that as a possibility.
Ooh, the name also a bit close, careful.
Starting salary of equal dev size house junior is 22K. Starting salary of being like a big-ish IT corpo junior intern is 48K. Wait, really? Holy shit. You're basically an intern at a dev house. What the hell? 22K is like, you know, I hope you know, don't have a family, a girlfriend, live at home with your parents, and don't really have expensive hobbies kind of energy. Like that's crazy to only get 22K. As they say, that's not a living wage. It's UK money as well. Oh, so it's in pounds? So I guess it's a little bit better.
Countdown initiated.
I guess it's a little bit better than what I was expecting. Oh my god. There's quite the rivalry between these two. Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
This is what happens when two memers face off.
Next time you see me in the queue with these two, put me in the next match. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. Are there more squid enemies coming? I'm sure there are. There were some leaks not too long ago. I will not spoil for anyone who does not see them or doesn't want to see them. I think that's a good clip, Chernobyl. I think that's a YouTube Shorts worthy clip. I want to fight out more mega cities. I am surprised that we haven't seen any mega cities, like mega factories, like zero.
Always good to have another hero on board.
GG's. I hope you two make up, make out.
Make out, yes, make out.
Allied destroyer has
They need a little make out session. God, that's fucking funny.
We will never forget.
The only one I have seen was in Cybersand. Yeah, I thought for sure that we'd see, you know, the occasional planet and bot MOs be a mega city. So I definitely think it's weird that we haven't seen any others. Like, I thought they would use them pretty frequently. You know, I get not using them for like a month or so because it's like, well, we just fought on mega cities or mega factories for so long. You know, they don't need to be implemented immediately, but it is a bit weird that we haven't seen any mega factories. Because I agree, I kind of miss the biome. Playing on it occasionally would be fun. Just want more cyborgs in general. I mean, I've been playing against a lot of cyborgs lately. I'll be honest. Major order completed 632 days ago. It's been a while. Damn. When cyborgs attack, and if they win, we get a mega factory. We just good. Wait, is that actually how it's intended to work, Benzie? Did they state that? I haven't seen that. Is that actually how it's supposed to work? Because if that's how it's supposed to work and we just keep winning the attacks, that's interesting. I think you can see it on companion app. Oh, interesting. I've never seen that mentioned. Because if that's how that works, that's actually pretty cool. That's actually really neat. I tried my absolute darndest to get out of the car, but it wouldn't let me out. Yeah, I think the only reason I got out was because I was on the back. I was just like spamming. As soon as he threw it down, I pressed E to get out because I was like, well, I know what's about to happen. All right. Aloha and Benzi, we got one more spot for someone. Perdana.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
I installed 7TV. Can I see it? Yeah, anyone got an emo for him? Goofy's got one for you.
Dissidents sow their lies in the smallest of fractures, Helldiver. Stay vigilant.
I could join again, but then Draxel is there too. He's not here now.
Allied destroyer has
You two just want to play with each other so bad. You guys love each other. Excellent playlist, by the way. Shared on Spotify. No, it's on YouTube. I think if you do exclamation mark song list, you should be able to find a link on that website. Annie, my girlfriend, made it. I'm so tired I drooled on my pillow. Gross. And it sounds like you really needed some sleep. My best sleeps are when I drool. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, so Perdana, I'm going to put you back, and then Goofy.
Efforts of Helldivers across the
Goofy, are we friends on this game, or do you need my friend code?
doorstep.
You're welcome. I got you, Goofy. It's easier if you grab mine. Right there on the screen, left side. What's your favorite Warbond control group? Probably. Bathroom real quick, but I'm on the ship. Sounds good. No rush. Am I going mad? Are there new enemy types? Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, all those flags you see are sub-factions, and they have like unique enemies inside them. There's a lot of them. Like, each faction has, what, 2? At least? I think Illumina have the least, obviously, but for bots, they have jet troopers that have jetpacks. They're incendiary troopers that have incendiary ammo, and like a unique Hulk. Predator Strain is basically just stalkers and hunters that spit at you. Burrowing enemies, pretty self-explanatory on the bug front. There are gloom enemies as well that basically just explode. More explosions. What else? There's the Arbitrators, which is the new faction of Illuminate. That's all I was saying is that there's been so much added to this game in 2 years. It's pretty insane. Freaking hate the Predator stream. We don't have to play against them. We do have one more mission if you need medals on a Predator strain planet, but we can go somewhere else goofy if you want. They even added burnout for realism. Yes, lots of Helldivers have been diagnosed with burnout. Do you have the OG image for that? I can look. It's possible I do. I do. Wow, Carl, do you want it? I think I saw you saying you wanted it to be fit better. I also have this cursed image. And then I have this cursed image. Looks a bit small. I mean, it's this is like what I use to upload to Twitch. So it's like 112 by 112 pixels. I mean, you could just size it up. It might be a little blurry, but you could size it up. Thanks, Trindle. That's very nice of you. So do you want the image, Carl? Is that why you're asking? Does smoke work on bugs? Yeah. Bugs just move so fast that a lot of time they walk into your smoke and then walk out of your smoke and they still see you. But smoke does work. Bugs are just pretty good at tracking you through smoke because they run through it. And they're pretty fast. But it does work. It does seem smaller in ratio. Yeah, I think you're right. I would not be the one to fix that, though. I don't know who I would get to fix that. What title did you come up with, Trindle? I didn't really think about it. What would I make it? When the party bus gets slammed in HG2? Gotta leave for food. Enjoy your food, buddy. GG's. We'll probably be going for another 2 hours or so, Perdana. So if you're back before then, get you in. I'm not going to do a super long day. Once again, we're going to be playing so much HG2 next week that I don't want to burn out. So. Just had a protein shake. I'm good. Nice. I have a Kind of a protein shake. I've been sipping on it. Well, I did land on it, so there's no more ball titans coming out, but unfortunately, one spawned as I was landing on it. Get a regular sized pizza slice. Nice. What are you gonna get on the toppings for us? Oh. Another one. Headshot. I hit his back. Get him! Nice. Sweet Liberty. Throw toppings, but it's like cheese on sides. Like in the sides, like a cheese like stuffed crust. Those are yummy. Stuffed crust, good. Not traditional, but good. Ham and pineapple. Hey, you better not be joking about that. I love Hawaiian pizza. There is no shame in enjoying a Hawaiian pizza, bro. I love a pineapple pizza.
You're my kindred spirit.
Oh, wait. You're from Hawaii. Okay. I gotta ask you. Dude, do they like Hawaiian pizza in Hawaii?
You know, it's actually not very popular out here.
Really? Okay, interesting.
It's a misnomer. It's not a Hawaiian thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just like they put pineapples on it, so they called it Hawaiian. Yeah, I get it. What's the Hawaiian pizza of choice? Like, what does the general population go for Hawaiian? Like, is it just American taste, or is it like slightly different because of the Japanese population?
The most popular pizza in Hawaii is like Costco pizza. It's like the most affordable pizza out here.
Yeah, for sure. But let's say you go to like a mom and pop shop for like a pizza. Like, what's the go-to order?
Boston's Pizza. I don't know if that's on the mainland, but Boston's Pizza is like your specialty pizza joint out here.
I know Boston Pizza, like just the chain of Boston Pizza, or is it that like? Is
Yes,
that...
I guess it's a chain.
Okay, cool. Neat. I love streaming, meeting so many interesting people. But it's like fresh pineapple, saying it for years. Get fresh, ripe, thinly sliced pineapple pieces. Melts in the freaking sauce. It's amazing. Yes! He understands! He's not just going with the fad of, ew, pineapple on pizza, ew. Aw, dude. Annie, why are you...
I love it. I think it's because I'm not originally from Hawaii.
Fair. Ow. Never had pineapple pizza. I like it. I like quite a bit. I know it's not gonna be for everybody, but it's yummy. And he loves putting me in the cuck stool. She flirts with men all the time. Ask them if they have boyfriends. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's definitely not because she's trying to hook up all my friends. Oh, not paying attention. Ow! Oh, you're having fun. I was moving around like a crack addict.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I tuned back in the wrong time. Welcome back. How are you? Just normal conversations here. We only have the most normal conversations on this stream.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Ah, I went underneath them. Uh-oh. Please no. Okay, we're good.
Sending in an eagle.
I wonder if countries outside of Europe know Spurdu. What the fuck is that? Okay, I don't. You got me. Wasn't that a 4chan meme? See, I'm not surprised Carl goes on 4chan. I don't know why. He is a bit edgy. My man's got some sharp edges, you know? I'm in Europe. Don't know what Purdue is. Hmm. Ask Maple. He gets people that says the same thing all the time. The light ammo is so useless in the game. Oh god. Rage baiting, rage baiting, he's rage baiting, he's rage baiting. Perdana is rage baiting on behalf of someone else. Education time. Oh god. Oh, the turret now! Did you find out for me? Annie, I asked why. I need to know why first. I'm not gonna ask someone such a random ass question like that without knowing. So, Annie, tell me why first, and then I will ask. I was trying to see if you could convince him otherwise. Yeah, that. Good luck on that one, dude. It's an uphill battle. My girlfriend loves Hawaii. She wants to go again. Aloha, are you single? You looking to mingle?
What's your plan?
Annie's got a girlfriend that loves Hawaii, and she wants to go again. And she wants a tour guide.
Let her come on out.
All right, Annie's being the matchmaker. All right. I think
What do
Annie.
you like to do? Hiking, beaches, mountains?
That's a good question. Knowing Annie and Annie's friends, probably shopping and beaches.
Shopping. Okay. Waikiki's got a lot of great shops.
Carl with the most obscure
Ala
mid.
Moana, the largest outdoor mall in the world.
Oh, that's actually really neat. I didn't know that. Of the pedo bear? I got you.
Thanks, man.
2008. Finnish Gaming Forum. What the hell? Yeah, it's 4chan. So it's just like a morphed pedo bear. Carl, you're great. You're very weird. But that makes you great. I hope you understand that. Likes high quality food and good coffee.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
They got great coffee here.
I bet.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Can you ask Aloha to send you real Kona coffee to? Why would I ask him that? I'll just go buy some. Please give me free shit. Like, what? I'm not gonna ask him
I'm
that.
so sorry. I just burned you in that.
Nah, I'm fine. That guy fucked me up. You saved me. I want the coffee. Not safe for me to give out my address. Get him to send it to you. I'll just buy it for you, Annie.
Attacking map. Southeast. 200 meters.
I'm not gonna ask my very nice viewer to give me free shit, okay?
Tactical asset within range.
Andy, I'll send you a nice fresh bowl of poke too.
No, don't give in to her. She'll ask for everything.
Help!
It can't. It won't be as good. The thing is that if I don't even know if I can import it. Oh shit, sorry. I knocked you over.
Ouch.
Trying to stagger them for you.
It's all good, it's all good.
Dude, there's so many. There's even normal ones.
I think I should have brought the cookout.
Yeah, cookout kind of bog. Please don't look at that meme, Maple. You won't think the same of me. This is the meme I was editing on Friday. Didn't you say it was a German meme? Mostly a nurse joke. So you were like the meme guy at the hospital? Like all the hospital staff just, you know. Oh god. I literally just got body blocked by fucking scabs.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Affirmative. Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters.
I'm a hero to these people. Oh god. I do know that nurses and doctors and stuff like that kind of have like kind of fucked up humor, but it's because they deal with a lot of fucked up shit. A little darker humor. I'm not sure what this meme is, but if it's anything like Carl, it's probably kind of probably pretty edgy.
Supply, please. Thank you, thank you.
Let's come on over here. Get a resupply, brother. Funeral director's best sense of humor. We literally had someone who used to be a funeral director in the stream the other day. And now he's a coroner. Or not a coroner? I don't know. Annie would be able to answer this better than I.
Calling down a requesting orbital strike.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Are you fucking serious? No, the random turret! Dude, I'm dying more to turrets than I am the enemies, man. Holy fuck.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
You play Saros? I'm too busy. I wish I could. I probably will not play Saros until much later. Are there any full auto marksman rifles? No. No. They're all semi-automatic. I think that they don't get classified as marksman rifles if they are full auto. I think they have to be semi-automatic in order to be classified as marksman rifle in this game. Not 100% on that, but it kind of seems like that's the way they describe. Oh, I'm so dead. Fuck, man. God damn it. Amendment is not fully automatic, and sensor is not fully automatic. They'd be pretty nuts if they were fully automatic, actually. But the thing is that if they make them fully automatic, it would just kind of shit on assault rifles. Like I think assault rifles wouldn't have a point to exist. Like, in many respects, they would kind of just be better assault rifles. Other than in the ergo department. That's kind of like the drawback of, you know, using a marksman rifle is that, like, oh hell. Pretty high level here? Yeah. Full auto eruptor. Oh god. So the auto... Yeah, I mean, yeah, Pradana's right. So the auto cannon? He is right, you know. Minigun eruptor. Yeah, sounds balanced. Benzi's got that.
Dropping package.
20 minutes remaining.
Do we need to bring this hard drive with us?
Yeah, it's for the objective. But use the double-edged sickle, really good.
I guess I'll bring it.
Especially if you get the fire resistance armor. Fire resistance plus double-edged sickle plus the vitality perk. You don't take any fire damage until you overheat it. Very good combo.
Affirmative. Thank you. Rear sample collected.
Salamander, yeah, yep. Really good combo, brother. You can do it with light armor too. You don't have to do it with heavy armor. So you can use the lightest form of fire resistance and it works too. Armor rating also helps the Dickel only if you overheat it. In order to not take damage in its like build-up stays, you can use any fire resistance. But as soon as you overheat it, then fire resistance matters because you're going to be setting... You like are permanently set on fire. What's the vitality thing? The vitality booster. It's the heart symbol booster when you're in loadout.
Engaging terminal. Rare sample collected.
There is a turret on this platform.
Sentry. Southeast.
The reason why it pairs so well is vitality booster gives you basically just flat damage resistance. So it's like a really, really good booster to have.
Calling down a sentry.
I run that when someone else doesn't. Kind of like my main go-to. It is most people's main go-to, so it's fair. Any thoughts on the upcoming booster is going to be? Is there a booster? What does it say? I don't remember now. There's normally a thing here.
Freedom.
Oh, oxygenator. Oh, yeah. My guess for it is that... I forgot that was coming. My guess for it is that, like, airborne effects don't mess with you as much. So, like, gas, for instance. That's my guess. So, like, gas doesn't affect you anymore, and you're just immune to gas. That's my guess. It's either that, or it's, like, a different type of stamina perk. Because it could be a stamina perk, right? Because, like, if you... The more oxygen you can get, the better you perform, maybe. Obviously, too much oxygen. Not good, but... They restated it made you run faster. I thought that was the armor. I thought that was the new armor that did that. Am I crazy? Ba, da, 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 da. New armors. Oh, that's the armor passive. It's not a booster. Oh my god. It's not a booster. It's an armor passive. It's not a booster. There is no booster. It's the armor perk. Oxygenator makes you slide further, makes you run faster. Yeah, it says it right here. Slide, run, and walk faster. I just forgot that Oxygenator was the perk's name. I was like, oh, I don't remember there being a new booster. And I was like so hard focused on the fact that you said booster. I was like, yeah, that yellow, that's a booster, right? No, it's, it's just the armor perk. Slide isn't ragdolling? No, you slide in this game. So when you're running and you crouch, you slide. It's not very useful because you don't really slide very far. If you slide downhill, you will get more distance, but it's not particularly useful. But I think this will basically just give you like some decent slide distance when you're going downhill. It'll mostly just be like a, oh hey, I'm going downhill, like a large hill on some of the maps, and like you want to slide, right? What's up, cheap? Run back, press crouch, and slide aim forward. Yeah, but you see, or you could just do this. Which is just literally peak movement. Oh, fuck. Oh. Well, run. I would run. I would definitely run. That charger literally ran right at me. Didn't even see him coming.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
How are you? Doing good.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
To be fair, it's honestly a pretty good spot to put the orbital napalm, but at the same time, bad spot.
Helldivers outside extraction radius. Pelican 1 reporting pickup.
I thought he died. Zavian, good. And kind of bullied this mission. But good.
Tagging map, south, 100 meters. Position. Objective located. Southeast.
I see it now that our team really didn't bring a lot of anti-tank. And we definitely got an anti-tank variant. With a lot of tanks.
Yeah, as soon as I landed, I realized I never lit up.
It's okay, we're making it. Trying to give a refold to him. You're busy.
Roger. Pelican 1 will attempt pickup at extraction zone.
Benzie actually got that off, or Aloha, I think got it.
Called it into the deck.
Good shit.
Reinforcements budget deployed.
Oh shit, that might kill me. Finish reload. Finish the reload.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
How'd you like a taste of freedom?
Man, bro, your grenade launcher.
Go for it, dude. That's the next one.
Sweet, thanks.
Watch out for the napalm. It'll push us a little bit back, but it's a good spot.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Run.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Alrighty. Already?
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch.
Is Curie being evaded? No. Only Vog.
Extraction complete.
At least I'm pretty sure.
1 beginning ascent.
You have proven beyond doubt the metal
Oh,
fibers.
that was a fun one. That was a fun one. Boring. I miss the Rocky Moon on bots. True. True. So does the rest of the community. Every time there's a moon planet available, it pretty much gets taken like within a couple days. It is a fan favorite for sure.
Allied destroyer has left.
Actually, right, it gets taken quick. It's people love those plants, man. Love them. So they always get taken really fast. So that's why there's never any like standing like moon planet just sitting around. Like it's so rare to see a moon planet not be taken within a couple days. Like it's very consistent. GG's.
GG's.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Not gonna lie, Reddit toxic and cringe, but that meme kind of nice. All right, better be worth my time. That's good. Vague posting hat. Yep. Yeah, it was extremely vague. Everything he said. Extremely vague. Was that the third mission? Yep, it was the third mission. Alright, Mr. Land Down Under, Cheap, and Carl. Oh, guess not Carl. Annie. Arg. Arg.
Helldiver, the super destroyer is ready for your
Cheap, are you on my friends list? Third mission, please. Annie, this is only first person. Don't work like that, honey. Wait for the ammo to finish like the rest of the leeches. Jesus, Carl. Put the cap on, dude. See, I've been saying Ian Down Under. It's literally, or wait, I've been saying Land. I've been saying it right? I haven't. Never mind. I was like questioning myself, you know, like literally like 30 seconds. I was like, I wonder if it's like Ian Down Under. No, it's Land. My PC not on. Why did you enter the queue, silly? Oh my goodness. Oh my gracious. Why is there a chicken on your cape, Maple? There is no chicken on my cape, sir. There's a helmeted skull. Okay.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
All right, with a shovel and there's like 2 circles. Okay, not chicken. Nope. Nope. All right, so if I'm not grabbing Annie, do I grab Aloha again, or is it Carl? Aloha, do you want to grab for another, or should I wait for Carl? Carl, do you want to play Draxel? What's going on here? If you take Aloha next, Q is cursed. Is it cursed? It would be Annie, Carl, and Draxel. What would be wrong with that? That would be a perfect team. I don't understand. That's the perfect team. That's literally the A team right there. That's A team, no? Let's grab Aloha. Aloha, feel free to rejoin if you're down. Let me grab that friend code for you, Cheap. There it is. We need some anti-tank this time. Dude, I'm down. I'll let you guys decide what faction we play against, though. We don't have to do bugs again. Turrets suck against Predator. It's not easy. Especially since your turrets are going to kill you a lot of the time. Yeah, we had a funny moment happen, Annie, so it was a good short opportunity. I was telling Trindle. Is next mission number 2? Yes. Yes, Annie. How many medals? I'm not even going to tell you, because is that all I am to, is a medal dispenser? Wow. The gall. For another bug mission. Last one looked fun. Can I get the code again? Oh shit, my bad, dude. I'm a dummy. I literally like exited out of that without letting you copy it. Here, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go quickly like stretch and like get a drink, go to the washroom. So I'll be like a minute or two. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Yo. Let me get Cheap in here. There you go. Mr. Cheap. Cheapagen. Gamers. That's actually a good idea, grabbing another slice. I'm kind of jealous you guys are having pizza right now. I haven't had pizza in a while.
Allied destroyer.
It's been about a month, so damn. All right, what faction you guys want to play against? You guys pick. Dealer's choice.
I'm down for bots.
Do a little MO action. Little jet troopers. Everybody done? I sent 2K to a Nigerian prince after Change.org's campaign by Annie. Thanks, Annie. Wow, you got to meet a Nigerian prince? Wow. That's amazing.
Decide where to enter the fray.
Wow. I feel like running around a city. Wow, Lord, that's so cool. What did he promise you in exchange? Would you be like a prince of the kingdom? They'd send you back 10K?
Mission coordinates lost. Hell pods primed.
Unparalleled wealth. Oh my god. Well, I guess it would be unparalleled if they just yoinked it, right? That technically means the same thing, right? Unparalleled wealth. Well, zero wealth is technically unparalleled. Getting back some Bitcoin. It'll be labeled Buttcoin and it'll send it in the mail. That's funny. You're a funny guy. Oh god, Carl's giving us a paragraph. All right, everybody, get to reading. Remember when someone mentioned a video for like starting screen would be great? Since you're doing more and more shorts, why not have like random funny shorts from the YouTube play during it? I mean, that's literally what we've contracted Pula to do. He's literally making it right now. I think it's going to be like 2 minutes or so. It'll play immediately after the 15-minute timer is up. And then, poof, I'll be here. I just had that idea in the bathroom. So it wasn't a shower thought. It was a shitter thought. Would you say it was a shit thought? Or was it a piss thought? What kind of thought was it? So it was a pee thought. Interesting. Well, as far as pee thoughts go, I think it was pretty good. Solid. I mean, not solid. Liquid. Liquid. Did you guys ever think about how no matter what you drink, you always makes you pee? No. Post-pee clarity. Yeah, that's Carl right there. By the way, did you see the post yesterday about the trials being reworked in ARC for this upcoming season? No. Tell me about it. Give me a little rundown. I'd be curious. If it's too many things, I'll read it afterwards. Hey Vash, how you doing, buddy? How you doing today? How's the French toast? And do you have seconds? Shit thought. I mean, sometimes you get a shit thought, you know what I mean? Carl, in particular, has a decent amount of shit thoughts. No more 2x multipliers for trials. Well, that's good. That's a good change.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
That's a very good change. Oh shit, we just lost cheap. Trying to get rid of boring stuff, not requiring 2x multipliers so you don't miss the ideal map conditions. That definitely makes it a lot better. Okay, that's good. I felt like the 2x multipliers were dumb as hell.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
And it just made things annoying because you just didn't have access to extractions like vault keys, which I just thought like was unnecessary. Like I understood why it was there is to make it harder, but like I'll be honest, it was a negative more than a positive. Without revealing our hand. Okay, 1 second. I just got jumped by a bunch of fucking assholes. Without revealing our hand too early, expect to see some exciting new objectives throughout the season, like melee combat challenges using specific gadgets, grenades, secure points, and searching unique containers. I want them to be interesting. That's like my biggest thing with the trial system is that I just found a lot of the time it didn't align with stuff that I actually wanted to do in game. Right?
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
It just didn't align, and I just like don't care. The outfit was really cool. That was another one. Is that I felt like the trials outfit was always kind of lackluster. The most recent one was pretty cool though, with like the racing jackets and the helmet. That was pretty sick. If I cared more about it, I probably would have done it. But yeah.
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Is that a new game thing?
Enemy tactical
Also,
within
hi.
range.
Hello. What up, dude?
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Certain explosive incendiary marksman rifle. The Eruptor technically is an explosive marksman rifle, sort of. That's been out a while. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't heard of that game. That's on the Airhead drama. I've talked about it too much, New Balloon. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I've talked about it way too much. I can't do it anymore.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I'll give you like the most basic synopsis. Arrowhead Helldivers community overreacting, as per usual. Some points are valid. Most are overreactions. And it's not that big of a deal that a mech is inside the WARBOND. It is not a paywall. It's just a variant of mech. And it's a WARBOND, so just play the game and you'll get it even for free. Like, there's some valid points, but the vast majority is just people freaking out because it's the internet. Pretty typical Helldiver community. Like, I would say a lot of the comments are just, Lloyd said it well. Unreasonable levels of like, what the hell. If you broke, boy, just say so. Jesus. It's just different groups of the community, K-Mac, you know what I mean? Because it's not the entire Helldivers community, it's just there's a very vocal, like, critique-heavy portion of the community that just, like, has the highest of expectations, and... yeah. It's... yeah. I don't want to talk about it anymore, though. Like I keep saying, I've been talking about it way too much. Annie, take a deep breath. Thoughts on Twitter's Pragmata reactions? Oh, the people calling anyone who likes the story of Pragmata a pedo? People, Twitter not touching enough grass? Like, that's all I can say there. It's just, like, more news at 11. Twitter is unhinged and has dumb takes. Like, what? People just want to see games fail at this point. Like, there's always a subsection of the internet that's like, just wants to see a game fail or wants to see something be negative. Like, always. And then they just blow it out of proportion. Always. There's few certainties in life, but I can tell you that. There's always going to be some weird negative feedback when it comes to gaming. It's usually going to be unhinged as fuck. Like, dude, the fact that people think, like, if you like Pragmata story, that you must be a pedo is just ridiculous. Like, what? Hey, Teo, how's it going, dude?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Watch out, L2.
I mean, we could say vocal minority all we want, but at this point, that's selective. What is the effective point and how we measure and quantify it? In the end, they're the community with the majority of hours being played. They're also the ones that will remain. Not necessarily, right? You have to listen to everybody in these kind of conversations, because you can also argue that the people that play the most are obviously the ones not supporting the game the most. And I know that might sound weird, but because of the context of HD2, the people who buy the Warbonds are technically the ones that support it the most. The ones that play it the most technically support it the least. Also, because if you play it the most, you often are super jaded about the game, and you say the most shit about it online, which gives a negative, like, connotation to the game, and people just assume the most negative shit about HD2. So, you know, kind of not really. Like, the people who play it the most are often the people that kind of support it the least in a weird way. At least in Helldivers situation. It doesn't always work out that way, because obviously, like, some games, like, the people who play it the most are the ones that support it the most, but... because support goes two ways, right? You just playing a game is support, but There's other forms of support, right? Like monetarily, you know, so the game continues to be a game. You know, online and the rhetoric that goes on online, like, you know, giving reasonable feedback and just being a reasonable individual. Because unfortunately, people are going to see the community's like reaction and just be like, oh my god, I'm not going to play that game. It sounds terrible. But it's like when it's framed in such a negative way, it's hard not to see the game as like, oh, dude, the game must be shit if they're talking about it like that. You know?
200 meters. Calling in reinforcements.
I mean, if you play it the most, you're still putting in money one way or another. Just like taking about the game online is still free advertising. But Pula, that's the thing. I think you maybe missed one of my points. You playing the most means that you probably don't buy war bonds. So you're not putting in money through like a monetization, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But you have the other side of the more you play, the more likely you are to burn out on a game. Doesn't matter what kind of game you play, it's very easy for someone to burn out. If you play too much of a game, it's very easy to like lose sight of what you enjoy about a game and only see what you hate about a game. It's like gamer 101. People burn out. They'll only focus on the negative. So when they talk about the game online, it'll most likely be more negative than positive, which can hurt a game if all you do is say negative things about a game. You know? I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to say negative things or anything like that, but I'm just like, kind of just is what it is. So I was just saying, like, for that comment, it was about, like, well, they're the biggest supporters. Well, playtime doesn't necessarily mean you will be the biggest supporter. It could be. You could be the biggest supporter, but it doesn't necessarily, like, it doesn't correlate to that, right? Because it could mean the opposite. You might be the biggest detractor. And because you have a lot of playtime in the game, you come from a position of authority, right? Usually. So, like, if someone with 1,000 hours in a game comes to you and tells you the game is shit, but they have 1,000 hours in the game, you're more likely to listen to them versus a person that only has, like, 100, right? But because they put 1,000 hours into the game, they became jaded and they got burnt out on the game, and they can't say anything but negative things, right? All they can see is the negative in the game. They can't see anything positive. You know what I mean? Your monetary value isn't really the money you put in, it's the money you bring in via people. The game being this popular means more and more people end up buying it, which is more valuable for them. Yes, but Pula, you missed my point of they talk negative about it online, which brings less people in. Do you understand what I mean? You could argue that a person that plays like 50 hours but is glowing about the game would probably be more positive about the game than a person who's put like thousands of hours and they say nothing but negative things about the game. You know? You know what I mean? Dude, I can't hit that guy's eye. Jesus. Oh, that's cool, Fane. I mean, no one's downplaying your point, but what we're saying is people playing is a lot of the reason the game is alive. That's why they made the season. Yeah. But, like, the people playing them don't necessarily mean that, like, it wouldn't be a healthier game if the inverse happened, right? Because it's always about a concurrent player base, right? Helldivers is designed to be played with, like, you know, minimal amount of people, right? They've literally scaled it on purpose for that reason. You don't need 10,000 people for the Galactic War to work, right? So if the casual people just only come back during, like, you know, updates and stuff like that, that would be fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Like, you don't need the hardcore players in order for the game to survive and exist. I think that's kind of like that isn't necessary. Hardcore players are great because they'll often be like teachers to the rest of the community and stuff like that. And obviously it increases player counts, so, you know, you're more likely to run into more players, but the game is so big that, you know, they don't necessarily need that kind of player base at all times, right? I think I'm stuck. Downward spirals is definitely bad for a game and the devs' likeliness to keep investing in it, for sure. But like, Helldivers is nowhere near that point, that, or anything like that. The vocal minority are the ones that, no, but Pula, you're forgetting that this is Helldivers. The vocal minority are not the ones that buy every DLC. Because you don't need to buy every DLC in this game. So, Pula, I don't, like, I know you make content on this game, but they're not buying content, dude. The hardcore player base doesn't buy anything in this game. If you're a casual player, you're more likely to buy content. WB, I don't know.
Calling in reinforcements.
Like, the hardcore player base doesn't buy anything, dude. Because they have enough super credits, they don't need to. They play enough, they don't need to. Helldivers is a very unique game in that regard. That's why I keep saying specifically Helldivers. Every single time I keep talking about this. Helldivers is unique in this regard. Because traditionally, yeah, absolutely, the hardcore player base typically supports the game the most. But the more casual player base actually supports the game more often in Helldivers. Which is kind of the inverse, usually. Like, it's not normally like that. Not what I'm saying, just that this is like the reason the game is alive. Vocal minority is by data, the majority of the game hours. Active games means game is more alive, even with fewer hardcore players, which leads to sales by casuals.
Objective complete.
I just feel like you over exaggerate like the player base. Like if there was like 5,000 people that played this game, like people would still buy it and play it. Like it wouldn't affect your gameplay at all. I just think the hardcore players still put in money. They don't. Not in this game, Pula. You are completely wrong about that in this game. Like you are 100% wrong. It is the inverse of most games. Complete inverse. Like Helldivers is unique in that regard, is that the top players literally spend no money. Like, it'd be silly to spend money because they'd be like, yeah. So, the people that spend the most time in this game are like putting no money in. The casual player base is actually the ones that typically buy stuff because they don't have the time to play the game to grind the super credits, right? When I'm talking about the hardcore, I'm talking about the people that are like, they have thousands of hours in this game. The concurrent players that play, you know, like, are a mixture of casual, hardcore, but it's still like a lot of people that have like less than 1,000 hours. They just come back to the game occasionally. Like, the people who have like over 1,000 hours are like so small. Such a small portion of the community. but they're very disillusioned with the game because they're burnt out and jaded. There's nothing hardcore about this game. You are correct, but people take it very serious. And they only play this game, or the vast majority of the time they put into this game is this game. Right? Oh, sorry, my original... We'll just go back to my original point was just like, the hardcore player that plays a fuckload of this game will tend to not spend money, which doesn't technically support the game. And then they'll tend to talk shit about the game because that's all they really know at this point, right? They're less likely to suggest the game. Right? It's an example would be, you ever talk to a Destiny player about whether or not they should play Destiny? The vast majority will tell you not to play the game. Those are your hardcore player base. And it's the same kind in Helldivers, man. If you ask those people on Reddit that like complain constantly about Helldivers if they should play the game, they'll probably still be so mad about the reasons why they're mad about it. You should do. They'll tell you not to play the game. Hardcore is broad. It can be. But I'm assuming they're using the definition of hardcore, meaning like hard to get into, hard to sustain, you know. You can play a game hardcore, but it doesn't mean it's a hardcore game. Like Minecraft is not a hardcore game, but you can make it hardcore. You can take Tetris hardcore if you wanted to, but it's not a hardcore game. Don't treat Reddit players as hardcore players. I want to say that's where a lot of the hardcore players communicate about the game, Draxel. Like, hardcore players they will tend to go around social media for that game, right? During non-peak, like, update times, right? And they will want to converse about the game. They want to talk about it with other people. They want to complain about it with other people, right?
Sorry, that's close, that's close.
Obviously not everybody on Reddit is hardcore. I'm not saying that. But it's one of the avenues where you're going to go to complain about the game. You know, and you're more likely to complain about the game if you put a lot of time into this game. It just kind of happens. I say we go into a random streamer's chat and rage for hours. Anyways. What is going on with that guy? Yeah. Helldivers is an interesting community. And it's an interesting dilemma. Because obviously you should listen to the hardcore community in Helldivers. The hardcore community is important to listen to. Because there are players that, you know, for some reasons, like, you listen to the hardcore community because they're experiencing problems that the casual community will feel in the future. So it's good to listen to them. They're almost like a forecast for your problems. Hardcore community is also just like very vocal. They're usually the most vocal part of your community. And then, like Lord was saying, is they typically put the most hours in, so it'll make your game more active, right? The problem is that they usually are, like, you know, not the only thing you should focus on. Because the casual player is usually the one that brings in other casual players, right? So, like, Arc Raiders, for instance, does not focus on the hardcore player at all, right? Not at all. They don't care at all about the hardcore player, really. They care about the casual player. And that's why it was so successful, right? They don't, like... I hate to say it, but game developers should really focus on the casual player, like 90% of the time. Because the casual player is the one that, like, is actually going to spend money in the game. They're the one that's going to convince their friend to come play the game. Like, they're the one that's honestly easier to please a lot of the time. It's way harder to please a hardcore player, bro. It's really hard. Because a hardcore player is going to gobble up the thing that you've made or you've done, devour it, spit it out, and then ask for more. Like, it's like constant. So, it's tough. But, like, once again, you gotta pay attention to the hardcore community because it is useful. It is useful for your game. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay right here. You think he'll lift off with me?
Countdown complete. We have to extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
You ready, Annie? See, these is a great game, great example of a game that overly focused on the casual player. I don't think Ark or Helldivers are anywhere near that. Sea of Thieves is an interesting one, where I think it's very similar to Helldivers in a way. Funny enough,
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Sea of Thieves is a really challenging one because it is both an extremely hardcore PvP game, extraction shooter sort of game, but it's also like a super cute PvE game for players. The problem is that the developers tried to make them coexist, and it never worked out. Because the hardcore PvPers just wanted to fucking mess with everybody and be assholes to everybody, even the people that didn't want to PvP. And the PvPers just wanted to enjoy their time and do tall tales. But because they tried to focus on both and have them coexist, it never worked out because the PvP player always felt like they were underserved because it's not a PvP game. It was never meant to be like a hardcore PvP game. And the PvE side never felt like they were satisfied because they were focusing on PvP stuff occasionally, right? And they were trying to add good PvP stuff. So... Can you disable PvP now? I think you can now do like PvE lobbies, which is something they should have done a long time ago. Like, they should have done that a very long time ago, but they didn't. But still, they're stuck between two different player bases. Hardcore PvPers that are a good size of the, you know, people that play the game, and then the casual community that is like still a good size of the community, right? So I like Sea of Thieves almost would have been better off making a second game just for the PvPers. Or also like massively drop the ball on quality, constantly behind schedule. They start every dev doc with we missed the ball. That fucking sucks. Aren't Rare making another game though? I think that's why. Love Dark Raiders 300 hours. Now I can't bring myself to play the game anymore. You hit the end of the life cycle. I mean, the update on the 28th might, you know, reinvigorate you to play Aloha. You hit your wall, right? You hit the end of your gameplay cycle where you're like, I'm interested in playing more. It happens. Good on you to, you know, actually take a break or stop playing the game. Some people, they just keep playing, trying to search for like what is enjoyable, but it's like they can't accept that like, maybe I should just go take a break. Come back later when they've added something that's interesting to me. Because if you just keep playing Aloha, you would turn into one of those people that all they do is spend time complaining about Arc Raiders, you know? Some people just don't know their end point, their limit of like. It's odd because I was super excited about the second expedition, but right after I did it, I realized I didn't want to go grind all over again. That's fair. Same thing with relationships. Take a break when you see them too much. Annie? I think it is a dig at me. I think that is a dig at me. Shots fired. Sorry, Draxel and Carl. I need to pick one of you. Which one do I pick? Carl went to shower? Oh, okay, so Draxel. Good comms. Now Carl's doing some showers on? That's crazy.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Annie, Jason Newcomb, Draxel. I bet you he's watching in the shower. You're not playing today? No, Pradana has played quite a bit today, Annie. How much do you think Roadcar will cost? 30 bucks? 40 bucks?
Allied destroyer.
How much did Deep Rock Galactic cost at release? I bet very similar. I'm waiting for Extract. Oh, I see. You're doing the I'm going to go further than Annie route. I get you. I get you. All right, so Annie, we have to play through this mission. Then Jason Newcomb's only going to join at Extract, okay? I don't recall Deep Rock Galactic. I would assume 30, but I actually don't know. That's what I'm asking. Why? Because he's memeing on you, Annie.
Managed democracy calls for aid. Only you can answer, Helldiver.
He needs to put in the work. That's quite ironic coming from you.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Orbit synchronized.
Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da.
Coordinates locked. Helpon prime.
Nobody ever gets me super credits. Wow. So all the super credits I've given Annie, she just completely just swatted away. All the times I've given her Steam money. All the times I picked up super credits. Wow. Wow.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
D-Rock Logic was $30 2 years ago. Well, it came out like 6-7 years ago. Unintentional 6-7 joke, sorry. So
When the undemocratic
I want to say it was $30 back then too, but
silenced, we shall finally perceive the unsullied peal of democracy reverberate evermore.
so wait, we just shoot dropships? No, Annie. This is the one where they're parked on the ground and we have to blow them up. Carl, you're allowed to say the word. Hi, Annie. You're gonna love it. We get a free 380 right now.
Hello.
Hello. How'd you sleep?
Is it? Did they give me a free 380?
Yeah, you can bring 2 if you want. Many 380. Wait,
Hello?
I'm muted. Why am I muted? Why was I muted? Oh, I said hi. How'd you sleep? And I said you get a free 380. You saw what?
It's free?
It's free.
Free?
It's free. So you can have 2 if you want. Annie loves the word free. It's like her favorite word. You know when you know when you like talk to a dog and you're like walk and then they get all excited even though you didn't even say it to them, you just said it in general. And he gets all excited. Her ears point up. You're not a dog, Annie. I'm just saying you're like a dog.
Can my epoch kill the dropships?
Even
Yes.
worse.
Yes. How is that worse? You don't got no dog in this fight. Comparing your girlfriend to a dog. Yeah, I mean, she's so cute, you know? And then, like, sometimes she's like a little chihuahua.
That's disgusting.
You know, when we were talking about, like, Reddit and stuff like that.
Disgusting. Can walking barrage kill the dropships?
Yes. If it hits them.
Telepod launch initiated.
And I'm pretty sure chihuahuas like purses. Annie likes purses.
That's disgusting. Don't. I hate those chihuahuas. I'm sorry.
I know, that's why I said
The
it.
worst dogs ever.
That's why I said it. It's a
I
joke.
like small dogs.
It's a joke.
Not funny. You're so bad at jokes.
I wasn't supposed to make you laugh.
Nobody's laughing.
I mean, Perdana put it on Michael lol. So, someone's laughing.
Into a conurbation of tyranny. Do not let them.
Go over there.
Probably over here so we can use our stratagems.
Where's the dropships?
Objective located. East. Marking location.
And that's.
Wait, this is not my gun.
I know, you took my gun. And you took my guard dog.
Wait. Where's my stuff?
You got your stuff. You're good now. You're funny. I was wondering if you would notice. Whoa. What? That walking barrage is really close.
They're coming close.
Yeah, I can tell. Oh, you're gonna kill Jason. He goes, Mac, please don't hit the Mac. Listen to her laugh. She's like,
There's a dog. There's a dog. There's a dog.
she's like, oopsies. Did I do that?
That's his dad.
Jason becomes a very brave individual bringing a mech. It's a bots.
Oh,
Ow.
I don't know where I dropped that.
I'd argue I'm just very stupid.
No, you're just very skilled. It takes a skilled pilot.
I don't like the reload speed. Why is it so slow?
Of what?
My gun.
Which gun?
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Get the fuck out of my way, Steve.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Did you die? How did you die?
A lot of rubber banding in the recent week. I haven't noticed any. I can hear Annie today. She's talking pretty loudly today.
Not very loudly. Something's up with my mic.
Well, no, you're actually pretty clear today.
Weird.
This is a good day.
Didn't do anything and just turned that thing on and turned it back on.
That's why I always say you have the weirdest mic I've ever seen.
You're the weirdest person I've ever seen.
No, you're the weirdest person I've ever seen.
You are in range of enemy
My
artillery.
little chihuahua.
Shut up. Where's the dropship?
Right here, we're blowing them up.
That's a dropship? I thought it's the other looking.
Hey, you want to blow up this one?
Southwest.
Okay.
I think that's the last one for this. No, there's two more. So your epoch or your ultimatum. Yep. There should be two more here. Actually, one more. Just gotta find it. Calling her a chihuahua. Are you baiting Annie? Oh, I would never bait Annie, especially since she baited me earlier. I would never do that to her.
Mission is progressing.
No, 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 no.
Objective critical stratagem.
No, 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 no. I can't bait the masturbator. No, 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 no.
You're dumb. Well, do we have to blow up that thing, right?
No, we need to find that. Those guys.
We don't have to kill this thing?
No, 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 no.
Let's kill this thing, though. No?
You don't have to. You could if you want. You want to kill it?
What's that thing?
We're killing the
Trying to do
the
that.
bio
Broken?
the bioprocessors. We need two more.
No.
Enemy tactical asset. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Good shot. Good shot.
He bounced. He
Yeah.
bounced. Okay, what the fuck, Maple? I told you we should kill that factory thing that these things come out of.
What? Annie, I'm pretty sure you just died because you blew up your epoch.
Oh my god, who would even call me so far?
Annie,
Why?
Annie, you blew up your epoch. That's why you died. You didn't die because of the factory next to us.
Yeah, but it's also because of factory things. Here.
So it's my fault. Okay, I just want to make sure that I can tally that up for the next. Okay, okay. Chat, can we write that down? It's my fault.
You need to not be so focused, hyper-focused on the fault.
Yeah, and you need to stop blaming me for everything.
I did not blame you. I didn't say it's your fault.
You did. You did. You didn't specifically say, Maple, it's your fault, but you did say, Maple, we should have killed it. I told you. Annie, that is literally the exact same thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hilarious. Mm-hmm.
Is my rover still there?
Yes, I'm just killing all the enemies that spawned after you did.
My kill rate is low.
Many annoying enemies.
Yeah, I got something on there for them.
Oh, they're all.
No, I don't think I got any.
I think they're all dead or about to be all dead. Yeah, someone was very excited to revive you. I don't know why they rushed to it. I was literally just about to do it and then...
Probably JR.
Why would it be JS?
Sorry.
So that I have to walk because nobody brought a car again.
He brought a Mac, so I mean, there's that. I'm gonna go get that ammo real quick. You got your stuff?
Oh shit, we're fucked. I'm
Okay,
fucked.
okay, coming. I don't have anything to kill him because I ran out of ammo. So just keep running.
I got it. Bitch. Bitch.
Bitch.
Die.
Bitch die. All right, let's get ammo.
Is he dead?
No, I think he's still alive. I really see the laser drone ever rare versus bots. Why this pick? This version of bots has a fuckload of like jumpy bots because it's the jetpack boys, and it performs actually really well against them. Also, Devastators are pretty weak to it because the laser lights them on fire pretty fast. A second, I'm just getting ammo and then I can kill that guy. So, fire damage is good, laser good.
Oh shit.
This particular faction has lots of small enemies that the laser kills, so it honestly just works out really well for you. Oh,
Oh my god.
your barrage just like landed on you.
Yes, I heard.
Okay.
Calling down a support weapon. Backpack inbound.
Pradana, Annie has never blown herself up with their epoch. It's always my fault.
No, I have.
No, she literally is.
But it's only because I haven't seen. I just didn't see the light.
It's literally my fault. I blew her up with the epoch.
Annoying, Maple. Stop it.
What?
These fucks, man.
You okay?
I don't like that guy the most.
Which guy?
Fuck off.
The War Striders?
Jesus. The one that throws like the
The grenades? The bipedal
such a
War Strider?
Wait, how many shots of my epoch does it take to kill him? 2?
It's 2 or 3. I can't remember. I think it's 3. Is it 3?
It's 2. It's 2 for me
Ah,
right
fuck.
now. That's
Two-
too many.
Yeah, I think if you aim towards the legs, then I think it's 3.
Well, I kill it with 2.
It might be 2. Nah, I don't remember.
I literally told you I killed it with 2 right now.
You killed it with 2. I thought you said there's two already. That didn't sound like you killed it with 2.
I killed it with 2.
Okay, that's perfect. That's good.
We're done already?
No. Nope. Ah, fuck it. I should not blow it up. This is the games. I'm headed to bed. Have a good one, Aloha. Sleep well, buddy.
Goodbye, Aloha.
Keep those pineapples on your pizza. Don't worry, dude. They are not going anywhere. Even if Annie tells me I'm not allowed to have them, I'm having more.
What the fuck? Why do you blame me for everything? I eat that.
Wait, you like pineapple pizza?
Yeah?
Wait, I've heard you say the opposite before, I thought. No?
No, I never said that. No, that's another girl.
Good one, Annie. I swear you've like teased me about liking pineapple on pizza before.
I've never, because that is a thing that I order all the time.
Okay, my bad.
If I were to choose.
My bad. I thought you teased me about it before. See, this is why I love her, chat. She likes pineapple on pizza.
Whoa! I saw that star church just come
One of
down,
my favorite
bro.
tacos.
So that's why I like you.
I could use more ammo. I do get margarita pizza a lot, though. I will say.
Oh, just like a classic margarita? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, with like really good basil.
Yep.
Fresh.
Yep. Good mozzarella. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Damn, how many fucking war stars are there in front of me?
I'm killing it.
Thank you.
Oh, you bitch!
My bad. I'm sorry.
Not you, Now everything's about you.
I don't know. It sounded like you were saying that about me.
No.
Freedom. Triumph over tyranny is won.
Fuck that shit. Get out of here, bitch.
Fuck that shit. I'm out. Annie, are we playing Run Rose later?
Guess. A little.
Okay. Alright.
Is there more bosses?
Yeah.
Only
Two.
like doing the bosses.
Well, that's gonna take some time, but we'll get there. Got a prog.
Maple?
You're okay. I'm right here. I'm right here. Just gonna get some ammo. Get a resupply coming down. Oh, walking barrage. You can call me pizza if Perdana does the topping. Have you played Outer Wilds? Yes. And Outer Worlds. Hey, Maple, what's your opinion on pay-to-win aspect of HG2? Oh, Jesus. You little memer. Kobe. Alright, there's like one more base over there. Oh, please rocket sentry. Please no kill. Alright, one more base just by Mr. Nukem and then we leave.
Oh, this is like a mission and we get a lot of medals, right?
Yeah, this is the second, and then when there's one more after this, it'll be a short mission.
Wait, what? Oh, really?
But I mean, there's not many people in queue, so you could just stick around. Okay, so you could do third?
I thought this was the third already.
No, it's the second.
Look at these dumb fucks.
You can make them follow you, Annie, if you want.
I know that.
Oh, you know that. Okay, my bad.
I've played this game for a long time.
I love that you remember that, but not the dropships on the ground.
By the way,
By the way.
Mother's Day is coming up, everyone.
It is coming up. I wonder what I'm going to do with my mom.
I have a suggestion.
Ooh, what's the suggestion?
I think can get her succulent plants.
I don't know if she likes them, but I'll ask.
There's ones that's really nice.
Okay.
And like they only require like watering like every 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really good.
Because originally I thought you wanted me to get those like really expensive plants from that florist in Toronto.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. These are cheaper. Look at one shot and he's fucked.
I was shooting out too, but good teamwork. Good teamwork.
Okay, and I just
What happened? Ragdoll? That happens. Oh!
oh sorry.
You did that on purpose.
No, I didn't. I did not.
Okay.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
What's this next to me? Wait, why is there a 380 literally right next to me?
What? I don't know. I didn't do that.
My God. Did I die while trying to throw it? Oh, I died while trying to throw it, so I guess it's mine. I didn't know I got it off. My god. No, boom. So cool. I love the solo silo. I love the solo silo. It's a cool weapon.
What is it?
Solo silo.
What's that?
What about Geo? I naively thought that after the AMA discussions might be better, but so much worse right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not surprised.
What does that guy think about it then?
What guy?
What does Arrowhead?
Like, what did they
Why
think?
would he even subject? Yeah, like why would he even subject himself to that?
I don't know. Because I even said it yesterday,
Is it
like,
rage baiting people?
no, I don't think he's a rage baiter. I think he
Bad
is.
publicity is the best publicity.
I think he is trying to calm down the general public, but the thing is that he said such non-committal answers that it, like, if anything does...
They just ran me over.
It does work. Well, he brought a car. I didn't know he had a car.
He keeps running me over.
You did it in the car, Eddie, or...
No, I can't get in the car.
Really?
Oh, I can. Thanks. I hope he doesn't crash.
Roger.
Wait, that was such a short
Pick up at extraction zone.
What do you mean?
ride.
Yeah. Well, what the fuck just happened? Guess his car
I
blew
don't know,
up.
yeah, because he thought I was in there and I was.
Oh no,
smart enough to
Draxel meleeed him. Good thing you weren't in it.
Oh, never mind, never mind.
Draxel with a yawn. Ow.
Oh, whoops! What happened?
Did you just... did you just ultimatum us?
Accidentally.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, Annie. Draxel will just hate you for the rest of the time. It's okay. Oh my.
Whoa! Why would they just drop a bunch of shits on us?
That's pretty crazy.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god! That's fucked.
It's definitely pretty crazy. More barrages. Generally, the guy was doing like an AMA and was hoping the public would ask him like non-HT questions, just like hang out. You think so? I don't know. I don't think so. I think he was trying to like talk to the community and be nice, but I think he hoped that like the non-committal answers would come over better, but like he just didn't say anything. So obviously people are going to be upset about that.
Why is everybody dying?
Yeah, unfortunately, they've gotten into trouble in the past by like saying things and then, you know, changing their mind midway through development. What the fuck?
What the hell? Who did that to me?
I think that was Draxel.
Draxel?
Draxel is the new Carl, and Carl's the new Draxel. Those two are a dynamic duo. Yeah, the fact that he did the AMA on Unfiltered was questionable, to say the least.
Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
I think it's like a...
He didn't seem prepared to answer anything critical about the game. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Bad publicity is good publicity still, no? Maybe that's what.
Yeah, I guess it is technically like good PR if they do it on Unfiltered, because Unfiltered is kind of like the subreddit for people that feel like they've been wronged or that the main subreddit is too censored. Right? When in reality, like, the main subreddit is still like got this crazy amount of like rage baiting and stuff like that. So like I get why they maybe have done it on Unfiltered, but they weren't prepared enough to answer anything committal, which not good. I hate those answers. I didn't hate them. Why'd you hate them? They were just kind of meh. Like, he did give away some things, but like, I don't know. He just couldn't, he couldn't talk specifics. You just made me disappointed with things he mentioned. Yeah, I mean, I was sad about the weapon customization comment, but I understand where they probably came with that result. You know, unfortunately, you know, a lot of hardcore players probably blasted through that so fast that like it didn't solve the problem of progression. So they probably received a lot of feedback of like there's not enough. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the way they look at it is like time invested versus progression added. And I would imagine the investment of the weapon customization system was probably really high. Like they had to put a lot of effort into that. And then the community gives them a lot of bad feedback. They probably don't see it as worth it. It's a corporate way of talking. But at the end of the day, like, they are, like, corporate. And the thing is that it's actually better for the player base to talk like that, too. Because if he talks too nonchalantly, that's how they get in trouble. Helldivers has learned that. Because they used to talk very nonchalantly before about things that they were working on. But it literally backfired on them because people would literally, like... Someone, I think it was Pradana earlier that said it, or Saint, I don't remember who. They, like, the community just clings to things, and then they don't let it go. They're like a dog with, like, a chew toy. Like, if you say something in that AMA that later changes, they will get on your ass about it. They will, like... They will fuck with you, right? So it's like, it probably just isn't worth it. Clearly not listening to the community. Well, the thing is, Jason, when he said it in that post, there's a hardcore player base that wants a lot of things, but they're trying to make content for everybody. Oh, he's still replying to them? He's doing more? Like, at the end of the day, was there something useful for the AMA, which was not vague? Yeah. They said something from the ship upgrades is coming in the future. But he wasn't committed to telling us because they probably want to do some kind of reveal. Like, that's the other thing about Helldivers, is that a lot of things that they're working on are supposed to be tied to the story. So, like... they can't give too much away without like spoiling the future. Like some of the Helldivers content that they add is supposed to be a surprise. They're trying to surprise the community, but that works both ways. It goes against the community because the community wants the answers, but yet they're trying to be, you know, they're trying to surprise people. Yeah, it seems like he's stuck between two worlds where he wants to just talk to the community plainly, but he also has a responsibility to like Arrowhead itself, that like he knows that if he says stuff and it doesn't come true, people are going to be more mad, right? Just in the future. Like he obviously doesn't want to do a compiled Q&A, right? Because I don't think that like jives with him, but like he's like stuck because I think he wants to be nonchalant, but he can't without harming the future, potentially. At least that was what I got from that. All right, so apparently there's more. Didn't he already answer this one? I feel like he revised his answer. Yeah, he literally revised it. He answered this exact question already. There will be more significant updates to the Galactic War, but a lot of them are tied to bigger updates such as Cyberstan. In an effort to get larger updates out significant, those are going to leave room for like smaller updates. As for the Galactic War is large, working on a long-term plan, more exciting, more flexible narrative play. He check his profile. I know. Regarding the balance patches, we don't have detailed information on each one. However, yeah, and this one he also redid. He just redid his answers. He redid his answers here. So regarding balance patches, I don't have detailed information for each weapon. However, the team frequently reviews balance patches, uses data, different views while track this data. You challenge actual power of each weapon due to the numerous situations various gameplay. There's also a difference between the effectiveness of a weapon and how effective it feels to players. Sometimes we identify outliers in efficient through like data analysis. We try to account for those. However, it can be difficult to determine if the reactions are based on like personal preference or actual efficiency, especially with items that are such as considered fun, but not intended to be highly viable. Additionally, the intense backlash that often follows balance adjustments has created an environment where we change is like heavily scrutinized. This leads to hesitance in making adjustments as they might spark controversy. I believe we should be more courageous in making changes, but since the team morale is like significantly influenced by community feedback, we proceed with caution. That's got to be a big one. That's got to be a huge one. I've said that before. I think they're afraid to make changes, and rightfully so. Because if they go too far or too little, they get shit on. They get shit on for not doing a big enough change, and it's like, oh, did they even play the game? And if they go too far, you know, they overbalance something, people might like it, but then they might have to retract it, or it causes problems in the future, like they have to buff everything to that level. It's hard to find that middle ground where people are happy. I think that they have been meeting that middle ground a lot lately, but yeah. This really made me realize something. I need to investigate how we prioritize balance adjustments. I think there's a way for us to improve this and better align with the community's needs. There's too much information out there and often conflicting opinions on what are outliers on balance, but should be able to make adjustments based on what is commonly talked about. That's a pretty fair response. That's a pretty damn good response. I have a suggestion. Just like buff shit and like phrase it like a buff, and people will have will just stroke the changes every single time. The more important to keep the morale and have the snowflakes happy. Yeah, I think to some extent they just need to like just listen and it's mostly about finding the outliers that are like bad and just buffing those pretty consistently. Like if they just always looked at like the least performing weapons in the game and just like buff those every time, it would probably do the best for the game. Like, you know, if they, you know, these or that's my point. Yeah. If all they did was just find the bottom of the barrel stuff and just buff that, you know, every month or two, I think it would genuinely just keep people happy. Even if it's just like small changes here and there. I think the problem is that just sometimes stratagems go unchanged for a very long time and then they get pissy. Most of the weapons just need some number tweaks. I don't know why it takes... They answered that. It's this. But also, those same people that are making the adjustments are working on content. Chili. It's not like when they go into work, all they do is stare at a wall of stuff that needs to be changed balance-wise, and then that guy does it. That's not how their job works. Their job is they're making new content, like a new WARBOND, new weapons, new systems, whatever. And then they have like a period of time where they work on balance, you know, per week or per month or whatever. Right? And they try to ship those changes. And we do get balance changes every month. Like every WARBOND, we get balance changes. People just want more. And they want the ones that have been forgotten changed. Imagine Arrowhead framing something as a buff, community doesn't feel as a buff, and then there's backlash. I mean, that's already happened before. That's literally a thing that's already happened. Yeah, so he literally... What is this? Simple reminder about Arrowhead's mindset. Simple reminder about Arrowhead's mindset. Sorry, this post was deleted by the person who posted it. And then Peelstad replied to it. What is this post? What are you guys talking about? This is some wild conspiracy theory level stuff. The entire development of Helldivers is run from Stockholm by a team around 130 devs with direction, team owners, artists, coders, backenders, QA. We're outsourcing with vetted partners to help bolster our ranks and not grow the studio too much, since we prefer to have a tight core team. These partners are integrated into our workflows and act as additional teams. Lastly, we have 10 people prototyping our next title, which is a full year out until anyone more is added to it. Cool. That's actually really neat. I actually didn't know that. 60-day patch was instigated as a response to mistakes made on our end by us. Personally was in a conversation with the team regarding the changes we made. It fixes the random balancing that was done to the game. Well, that's it. Well, that's that AMA. So that's why he did the AMA. Because he saw some bullshit being posted about the outsourcers. Oh my god. So because some dumbass kid found some stuff about the outsourcers and made some like wild conspiracy theory that like the outsourcers are doing 50% of the work. Remember that guy who was saying it? Man, the outsourcing, they do 50% of the work of Arrowhead. What is Arrowhead even doing? But it's like they don't understand how like outsourcing works. And they're just like additional teams to help the game grow. And obviously everybody at Arrowhead tells the teams what to do. Man. Okay, it's making more sense now. Are you saying the AMA was because of the post? I mean, this is pretty damning at the end. I like Buzz. I think Buzz is in a position of maybe being a little bit more disgruntled with Arrowhead because of what happened in the content creator program. But it's also like content creators are an extension of the community. There's a lot of outrage over Helldivers, especially on the YouTube side of things. And it's like a feedback loop. All the content creators make negative content, which creates more negative opinions, which creates more negative content, right? So I can't speak perfectly on Buzz, but, you know, things have been getting more negative over time. And he did have a rough experience in the content creator program, right? Like I tried my best to help. It was dumb what he was subjected to. It wasn't necessarily Arrowhead's fault though. It was the intermediary between Arrowhead and Buzz. That was the breakdown. They thought he broke a rule. He like sort of did, but not really. And then it was blown out of proportion and yeah. Brings a shitload of users. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's what I've always said. Like, if I just go along with the narrative and just be like shitting on Arrowhead all the time, I'm sure my stream would do a lot better. But it's just like it's tough because it's like I don't want to feed into that. I'll critique where I feel like it needs their critique. You guys know that, but I'm not gonna like jump on some negative bandwagon. Bye, Thorax. To be honest, I think the AMA did way more harm than good. It seems like he's trying to revise his statements and give more pointed responses, which is good. I think he's learning for why people didn't like his original responses. I'm happy to see that. Because his original responses were like, they're nothing burgers. Like, there was like a little tidbit of like, hey, ship modules, big news in the future. You know? The Tuesday patch will be interesting with all the drama going on. I think this is going to be the classic Helldivers situation, personally, where everybody's shitting on the game right before an update. The update comes out, and then all of a sudden they enjoy the game again. Like, this has happened quite a few times, where like before an update, Helldivers gets quiet. There's no content. People get angsty. They're looking for reasons to complain. Right? And then the update comes out and then everything's fine again. Like, it's just like, it's kind of clockwork. I've been around for this for a long time, but, you know, outrage culture is the vibe. You know, it's just, it really is. And I think a lot of people are just burnt out. I think there's a lot of love for Helldivers out there, but there's a lot of people that don't realize they're burnt out and they just continue to play, and then they just they got nothing positive to say about the game. Not every little problem is like the sky is falling. See, Loopy, you're doing exactly what I'm talking about. Too many good updates for other games that reward our time. Helldivers doesn't and never will. Like, that is the biggest Doom poster I've seen in a while. Especially right after, like, Cyberstan was awesome. Like, the last couple of Warbonds have been great. Actually, longer than that. The last year of Warbonds have been very, very well done. The last couple of factions have been really cool. I don't think like the mechs or the arbitrators are like 10 out of 10, but like it's good. It's more content. You don't have to pay for it. I'm not even sure that this is what is this not rewarding time discussion at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I think that person's just very angry and they're just lashing out. Give it a rest, man. Jesus, how the fuck is that a Doom post? You said... and I will quote you again. Not this time. Too many good updates from other developers at word time. Helldivers doesn't and never will. How is that not a Doom post? Brother, read the last part of your sentence. Come on. You got this, please. You don't have to freak out at me. Just read the last part of your sentence. We have asked for more levels. We're not getting it. No one said we're not getting it. Transmog and Armor Shares, they did say that we need to relook. It's funny, we're actually looking at it right now. You're making Doom posts saying that we're not getting it, but we don't actually know that. You don't work at Arrowhead, you don't know that. You're just making assumptions and then lashing out. I think the cadence of content is good, but the amount of content feels lower than other games that have huge expansions. Well, I mean, those games that have huge expansions, usually you pay for them. Helldivers, you don't. It's a different metric. He literally said it. Said what? You're even making assumptions that I know exactly what you're talking about right there. There's too many assumptions. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me, brother. Their original topic on Transmog was that they had a vision for the game, and they're allowed to have a vision for their game. But when he's talking about perks and Transmog, I think we need to update our original direction of the system has. So you're about to link me the post where they originally said they don't want to do Transmog, and they gave reasons why. And honestly, that's fair if they have their own reasons why. They shouldn't need to add Transmog because you feel like it. But obviously they've heard a lot of feedback and they've potentially changed their mind on it. They say it right there. Like, I'm literally like mousing over it. So take a deep breath, Loopy. It's just a video game at the end of the day. We're just having a conversation. You're Doom posting. And you're making huge assumptions. No angering progression because the ones who want it are such a small business and not worth it. Aren't like 80% max level. No angering. So there is angering progression. You just might not always enjoy it, right? So a lot of people aren't finished with their weapon customization yet, right? That was endgame progression that was added last year. And there's no evidence to support that they're not adding more loopy. Okay? Second point, the MOs are added progression, right? They do a big one every 46 months, and there's little ones in between. But you might be at the end of where you find the game fun. And it's okay to be burnt out or find the gameplay loop to not be fun anymore. Everybody will get there eventually with a game. It's whether you recognize that you're at the end of that rope or not, where you just need to take a break from the game and wait for the game to add something that you enjoy. It's easy to keep playing a game and then complain about everything inside of it. It's sometimes hard to realize that, like, hey, maybe I'm kind of like at the end of my rope for like enjoyment of the game for now. Maybe eventually I don't know, a Warbond will come out or an MO will come out and be like, holy shit, they added Hive Lords. That's so cool. Then you can go enjoy it, right? The track record speaks for itself, though. That's the issue. I've taken a break since Cyberstan. It sounds like you need a longer one, and you need to stop paying attention to YouTube Helldivers. Because all it's doing is just like reaffirming the negativity in your brain, and it's like giving you this like negative feedback spiral loop. Because I'm going to tell you, like, Helldivers is not nearly in as bad of shape as you think it is. It's very easy when you're like super locked in to not see like the grand, like the much bigger perspective, especially when you're burnt out on a video game, because all you're going to be able to do is focus on the negative, because the positive you've done so many times that you just devalue it. Like, it's why I take breaks and I go play other games. It's important. Because you can sometimes just like, you know, have a bad day of hell diving and then like it can explode and, you know, keep getting worse. So which post is he replying to? Oh, it's actually to Lieutenant Buzz. That's awesome. We're literally just talking about him. Where is actually his post, though? I read Odo's thing for just a second. I'm just like, oh no, that's just there to like cause drama. Like, that's just a narrative, right? Like, the devs aren't adamant on making the game that, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways. I want to address the points that you made about the Warbond balance fixes. I think this is an unfortunate consequence that we do a push for a Warbond. We review all the issues allocated with the balancing. Remember that we did a nerf to fire at the time of the Warbond released with the fire-themed weapons. Yeah. Really hit us hard, and we sort of said, rather a Warbond is released, we need to ensure that the items in it, associated mechanics, up to scratch. I think that's totally fair. So this is then, in turn, has made us really hone in on the theme of Warbond, working on the stealth Warbond. They buff stealth mechanics. Yeah, I think that's fair. In a perfect world, this would be disconnected, but we also have learned it doesn't work when it's in the spotlight. Also, reasonably so, create disappointment, but point taken, we'll discuss the team. To your questions, no, we won't pull the mechs from the Warbond. You can still grind and purchase each Warbond, and we see through the data that most do. Unsurprisingly, most people don't actually buy the Warbonds, they just purchase it through super credits. Our rule is that we shouldn't have things that are necessarily to play in the Warbonds, and neither the mechs is. I know we have slipped on a couple times. Call out for it. I will discuss this with the team and see the approach to take. I think this comes down to solving a core issue rather than limiting what kinds of perks and content is related, ensuring that we play around it. I think this AMA has opened my eyes. It was my hope to the grievances that you have. I understand that behind harsh criticism, name calling, and other things, There is frustration stemming from the love of the game and the feeling that it's being mismanaged. The reason why I wanted to do this MA is that was so frustrated. It really hurts seeing a project born out of the love for players, creating the belief that we at Arrowhead are more focused on the value extraction than making the best game possible. I think my biggest takeaway here is it's so many value points, but since much of this is worded so harshly, there's so many conspiracies. I think that's why he made the MA. Remember we showed that? For instance, the team is 130 people in Stockholm, has a ban in the game. The subreddit is discounted as being too fringe. But engaging with you all, I hope, proves that it's just hardcore players with a lot of frustration. Damn, Loopy. You good, bro? I'm off outside now to find a lover. Was that guy okay? Loopy is not alright. Yeah, I didn't like it either, Jay. Because, like, at the end of the day, when they buff things like mechs, it affects the free mechs as well. Like, if they were buffing just the new mechs or just the cremator, I would understand his point. But I think it's, like, very sensationalized to say, like, you're only buffing things when a new Warbond comes out. Well, it's because they've been working on the Warbond and they saw problems with that archetype. So then they're going to buff the archetype to go along with the Warbond, but it affects other things. So it's like, I don't know, man. I didn't agree with that point at all. I feel like it's very, like, it's not very, I don't know. I don't agree with it at all. It feels not genuine. Because it feels very, like, easy to, like, it feels too easy to just be like, well, like, that's not true. Like, they're working on something, so yeah, they're gonna buff that archetype. That genuinely just makes sense. I can understand a point about, like, well, the original mechs are free, why aren't these mechs free? But at the same time, you could use that argument for, like, literally every Warbond we've ever gotten. Well, the original machine guns were free, why is this machine gun paid? The original stratagem was free, why is this variant paid? Like, it's just it's like, at some point, like, they're going to add a variant that's probably not going to be free, and it's going to be in a Warbond. But at the end of the day, the majority of people who get Warbonds are just through super credits. So from their perspective, it's like, well, what's the big deal? Why was the status effect broken for 6 weeks or 6 months till the heavy flamer? Now that one, crazy. I don't know why. But at the same time, it was just bugged. I don't think it was fully broken. It was just bugged. Like, it should have been fixed faster. No doubt. And that just seems to be like, they just didn't prioritize the fix for some reason. But I don't think it was because of the cremator. They just, unfortunately, it was broken. Bugs and broken stuff should be fixed outside of... I think it's like a result of they might not have realized that it was broken until they started working on it, though, Clay. Like there's a correlation there. Unfortunately. That's what it seems like. So they probably need to be doing a better job at listening to, like, bugs that are reported earlier and address them earlier. Post that AMA shows they don't listen at all. It's wild. Well, it's like they're listening to multiple groups, right? There's like a huge, we've been talking about a lot on stream, Clay, is that there's a disconnect between the hardcore player base and the casual player base. Like the hardcore player base has like many wants and needs, then the casual player base has way less needs or are being met. So they don't really say anything, right? I thought it was very interesting to hear about the weapon customization point. I was very surprised to hear about that one. But I could also see it like the hardcore player base blasted through the weapon customization so fast, they probably received a lot of negative feedback that it didn't fix the progression problem, which is what he stated, right? So they put all that effort into making the progression system, and then people hated it because there wasn't enough progression. Like the hardcore player base can also be like their own worst enemy because they blast through content so fast. And like at some point, they're never really going to satisfy themselves. I thought weapon customization was just boring. I didn't at that point. It was a good first step. I was hoping they would just add more to it, but it seems like they got so much negative feedback, they just abandoned it. Well, they're still adding stuff to it technically through like new weapons, but depending on the weapon though, Clay, like a full choke made a big difference on shotguns, and you know, the bigger mag on assault rifles felt awesome. The bigger mags on like Defender were insane. It just depended on the weapon. But I wanted to see them add more to it, but it seems like they got so much negative feedback. They were just like, we put all that effort into the weapon customization because it probably wasn't a small task. It probably took them many months to implement it, and then they abandoned it, sort of. Or they're not going back and adding to it, which would have been nice. Like, it sounds like they have something cooked up for, like, ship upgrades. Where's that post? Because I don't think he deleted his old post right now. So it seems like they have something cooked up for ship modules, which is good. They need to do something with samples. Oh, the desert camos are good. Yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker.
2 years already, A.
Raver, is it tier 124? Appreciate you. I don't know. I like that he's doing like better answers now. These are much better than yesterday's. These are so much better than yesterday's. These are so much better. Again, new ship modules. No, well, we don't know. He has said ship modules, big news in the future, can't say more. They like to surprise us. It's kind of a double-edged sword though, because they surprise us with stuff. Up until that point, people are usually pissed off and complaining that nothing's happening. But then once they announce it, everything's fine again. But because they're trying to surprise us, it might feel like they're not doing anything, right? Which is why I try to tell people when people come in and say they're not doing anything, they're shit devs, they're not doing it. But it's like, you don't know that. You don't work there. You don't know what they're working on and what they're not working on, right? It's too easy to assume things, right? But you don't actually know. You can predict and you can like make assumptions, but also that's one of the reasons why Pilstad did this AMA, because he was pissed off hearing about how people are making this assumption that like conspiracy theories that the outside teams are like running the game and doing all the content. Like we had like 4 people come in today making that assumption. But it's like, how the fuck do you know that? And then they linked to the studio and it's like, they started saying, oh, all these bad things got added to the game. And it's like, the studio didn't even work on that. They don't even know what they're like mad about. It's like, come on, man. What are you talking about? You're not even making sense. I think it's good publicity, though. What is? The AMA? I mean, it could be if he continues giving answers like this. I mean, if it was like yesterday and giving answers which are super vague and nothing burgers, no, it's not good publicity. But if he keeps doing them like this, that's good. This is more impactful. What's a good armor for fighting Illuminates? Honestly, anything light or medium armor. You can kind of go with whatever. Stealth armor is always decent. You know, just being more avoidable of like Watchers. Stim armor. Great. I hear you, Carl. I know it's just like frustrating, right? Like fire armor or fire damage doesn't get fixed for 6 months. Now, I'll be honest, it didn't seem as impactful as the last time it was bugged. Because I'll be honest, people kept telling me it was bugged, but then when I tried to notice it, I didn't notice it. To this day, I don't even fully know it was bugged about fire. But that also might be why it wasn't fixed immediately, right? Was because it wasn't something as important as other things that they were maybe working on. I don't know what their thought process was for it. Maybe they didn't even know about it. Maybe they did. I don't know. But I understand frustration of like, hey, we've seen this bug for 6 months. Why didn't you fix it? Oh, you're only fixing it with the WARBOND. I get where that comes from. But to go with that narrative and like explode it into, well, because it's paid, that's why they fixed it. I don't know. That's correlation to the strongest effect. That's like creating a negative narrative out of kind of thin air. People keep telling me gas wasn't working for X amount of time. Yeah, I mean, observation isn't always perfect. And it turns into like kind of like a broken telephone. I'm not saying that that's what happened here with fire. But we have noticed that in the past where like a new update comes out, someone claims that something's broken, but then we go test it and literally nothing's wrong. Like, and then it's a broken telephone effect. Like they hear that it's broken, they don't test it themselves, and they just keep claiming it's broken. Once again, I'm not saying that it happened here with fire, but like, yeah. I think the only thing I noticed with fire is that fire on the ground wasn't setting enemies on fire all the time. And maybe that was what it was bugged. But we've seen that bug before. I'm not surprised. It sucks it took so long to fix. Maybe if that was it. I don't know, dude. It's just fucking tiring being a Helldiver, man. Like, I fucking love this game, but man, it's so tiring to deal with this community. I just want to play, man, and enjoy it. And I'm enjoying what they're doing and adding. But, like, literally, like, when I wake up in the morning and I'm about to come to stream, there's, like, a point where I'm like, dude, do I really want to log on and deal with all the complaining? It's like I love Helldivers and I want to cover it and I enjoy my job, but dude, it's like having like an annoying boss. Don't deal with it, bro. It doesn't work like that. I can't just do that, Eddie. If I go play a different game, I get less views. I don't make as much money. I can't support myself. That's not what content creation is like. You would have the same issue with other games you choose to main. Not really. It's not nearly as Gunka. You're talking like I have never, like I haven't streamed in like this is my first game I've ever streamed. Brother, I've been streaming for like 7 years. Helldivers is the first game where like it's a constant stream of drama. Constant. Like, dude, I even streamed Destiny. It's worse than Destiny. Because at least Destiny had periods of time where people were super happy. And then they would go down and dip. And then it would go up. But like, dude, in Helldivers, it lasts like a week. Maybe 2. And during that week, there's drama. Like, Cyberstan or like, dude. It's so much worse than it used to be, bro. The only thing that didn't convince me was the tank was medium armor. Yeah, I think they just didn't want to rework every enemy in the game to have different armor pens. Cav. So they made the tank medium armor, gave it some weak points, and gave it a lot of HP. It was just an easier way to implement the tank. But honestly, the better way to implement it was like add different armor pens depending on the weapon I was shooting at it, give the tank, you know, heavy armor in the front so it could bounce shots on things that it couldn't. You know, it would have been better, but this was the easier way to implement it, probably. But obviously there's downsides of it. Like the tank is super susceptible to explosive damage, just regular explosive damage, which sucks. Tank still feels good, but it could feel better. The last week seems to be worse than it has been in a long while, though. The last time I felt this bad was probably right after Cyberstan. Dude, the amount of vitriol after we lost Cyberstan, fucking A. That was rough. I really didn't like streaming right after Cyberstan. The amount of people like blaming Arrowhead for our loss, and yeah, it's just bad. Cyberstan filled me in. It was basically people have gotten too used to winning the major objectives. So when we lost Cyberstan, people were like very upset and they blamed it on like parts of the community. They blamed it on Arrowhead themselves for rigging it. But it ultimately came down to the community just couldn't coordinate. Right? Like at the end of the day, it was designed to give us split paths, to give us options, and to be a roguelike. They said that beforehand. They wanted us to make decisions that would affect the outcome, right? So we get buffs or debuffs, you know, by doing things or not doing things. But the community just had a hard time coordinating behind certain decisions. But that's the point of Helldivers. It's a democracy. You vote where you dive, right? Your vote is there. And there needs to be a vast majority of people that go to do something in order for something to get done. Right? That's always been the case. But people were very angry that we like lost right at the last moment. And then they blamed, you know, Arrowhead and so on and so forth. I will agree, I didn't like the lives of the MO, especially since that it was like globally. So if you died during a bug mission, you were affecting the MO. I didn't like that. I thought that was dumb. But other than that, I felt like Cyberstan was a good MO. It was very interesting and I enjoyed playing it. I liked the build up to it. Cyberstan itself was cool. There should have been super credits on Cyberstan, but that's another point. You can't coordinate in game though. You can. You see numbers. You make decisions and you see where other people are diving. But also, I believe it's on purpose. They want you to use social media to talk about the game because it inherently helps the game when you talk about the game on social media. But you can't coordinate. You see where other people are diving. You can send the DSS places. You have a vote. Taking Cyberstan away as the weekend began was a bad move. I don't understand what that meant. Oh, like the Cyberstan invasion ended as the weekend began? You could argue that's because we did that. Because at the end of the day, this is the irony, is that people are always saying that we should have more interaction with the MOs. That's because we did that. We died too much, which caused the Cyberstan invasion to end early. Right? They didn't end Cyberstan. They didn't take away Cyberstan. Right? We did that. We died too much. Number hit 0. Thus caused Cyberstan to end. Right? A lot of people didn't understand that, Chili, and that's why they were also mad. But we did that. That was us. You know what I mean? So, like, you can't be mad at Arrowhead at that point. They were giving us the numbers, right? They gave us additional bump ups every once in a while, but those were probably pre-planned. But at some point, you know, it's up to us. But at the end of the day, like, losing Cyberstan is not a big deal because it makes the story more interesting in the future. It would have been pretty boring if we just won. Yes, I know, but a lot of my friends couldn't really play it because of work. That's fair, but it wasn't their fault. So with the way you're phrasing it of taking Cyberstan away as weekend began, that's not their fault. But also, Cyberstan was around for the first weekend. It was the second weekend it got taken away. Because it was there, Cyberstan was there for like a week and a half. 2 weeks or something. But anyways. Yeah. The fine line. People want to be powerful and be too powerful and the game gets boring quick. Yeah, I mean, it's also just like people want to have control over the MOs, but they also don't want too much control. Because if you give us too much control, we could fail, right? Or we succeed too much and the game loses drama. Yep. People get really angry when we lose MOs and then they blame the system, the MO system, for the reason we lost. But it's like, we need to lose sometimes, guys. It's very rare that Arrowhead fully designs an MO that we're not supposed to win. There's always like some kind of like win condition when it comes to MOs. It's just how big the win condition changes from MO to MO. Some MOs have like training wheels on, where it's like literally impossible for us to lose almost, right? And then some MOs are very tight. So we as a community have to coordinate very well in order to win. So like Cyberstan absolutely could have been won. It could have been. The numbers were in our favor. We just had to coordinate better. We needed a better percentage of players on Cyberstan, and we need a better percentage of players on specific factories in order to win. And we also needed less deaths, right? So it lasts longer. Like, it's like people don't want to accept that. How far down the red hole are we? We're just reading Pillstat. He's like replying to his AMA. This one he's replying to, why are you adding MECHS to the WARBOND? These are variations on existing equipment, so we view it as adding like 2 shotguns and a WARBOND. We already have 2 MECHS in the core game, free. But this is, if you like MECHS, get this WARBOND to get more variety in the MECHS you play. MECHS customization is still not off the table. Damn. All right. Most of the time, it depends on how easy it is to fix, with the availability of specific team discipline. So the charger leg and oh, this is answering that question from yesterday, where like, why did you fix certain things faster than other things? A lot of people don't understand that not all bugs are as easy to fix as other ones. This one, like I have a hard time wrapping my brain that people don't understand that in video games. Like, some bugs are just harder to fix because it's like, it's either you like because this one system might affect other things, or it might be something that is like, well, when I fix this, it requires a lot of effort and a lot of team, or tracking down the person that maybe put this in originally, but it's like it's different. Like the charger leg issue was in the game for 6 months. They just didn't know about it for a long time, and then they fixed it, right? It was a desyncing of the armor versus the squishy orange bit on the bottom. Like, some things are just easier to fix. Like exiting the ship on evac was easier than the flesh mob clipping. It needed a type of skill that was occupied with other tasks. Like the person that maybe worked on flesh mobs was busy with something else, right? Because it's not like, I keep trying to say, it's like, it's not like that developer just sits there all day fucking twiddling their thumbs waiting for the next bug to come in, right? It doesn't work like that. These people are like busy doing other shit. You have to ask them to come back and work on this and do that and fix this and then ship it. Like, we can do better here to up the priority of gameplay affecting bugs. And that's a really good response, right? Like for the fire one that Clay brought up earlier, aesthetics, you know, better prioritization of certain ones that are affecting gameplay, right? Unfortunately, it seems like they probably just weren't like prioritizing it, and they didn't prioritize it until the fire one. Doesn't mean that they were trying to sell you an update to fire. It just means that like they didn't notice it until, or deem it important enough until the WARBOND, which doesn't sound good regardless, and they need to work on that, which is good. They're doing that, or at least they're saying they are going to commit to that. Because it's variations on existing equipment, we view that adding 2 shotguns to a WARBOND. We already have 2 minutes. Yeah. A lot of people just don't get that. And it's kind of frustrating. Like I said, if they added like a new vehicle, like let's say the motorbike gets added to a WARBOND, I would be kind of mad about that one. I'd be like, what the hell? That's not a good look, bro. Like, even though a lot of people are just going to use super credits that they grinded to get it, and it's essentially free regardless, it's still not good. Like, don't add a motorbike like that. A motorbike, if you're going to add it, should be free to the entire community. I feel like they're saying this every 6 weeks, though. We're learning, we'll do better. Well, I mean, they're always learning. You're always learning, Mikey. What would you like them to say? Nothing? Like, you got to understand that the Helldivers community is constantly raising the bar of expectations.
Like if you go from like when the game first came out to now, the expectations have only grown as far as like what they want from the game and what they expect from Warbond to Warbond. Like Warbond expectations have gone up significantly since the game first came out. What we were okay with back then versus what we want now. You know? So they're constantly reevaluating priorities because the community is very nitpicky on exactly what they want. And then certain parts of the community want some things, certain parts want other things. They're trying to make content for everybody, but then this part of the community doesn't feel heard because they're not adding something for the hardcore player base. This part of the community wants more RP shit. They want like clan system. It's like, you can't add everything. There's a limited amount of time and there's a limited amount of like stuff in the middle of the day. So they have to like pick and choose. And then the way they respond to it is like, hey, we're listening. We hear you. Because that's what they're constantly trying to listen, I'm sure. They can start discounting the old swear bonds. That's what I've been saying for a long time. About the last year or so. The first couple war bonds should start being bundled together at a reduced price. Or the same price, you know what I mean? Since Dust Devils, the war bonds have improved a lot. Even before Dust Devils, like, I'd say the big turning point for war bonds for me was Servants of Freedom, actually. Or Urban Legends. It was like one of these two. Where all of a sudden we started getting like really cool and unique shit that I was like really impressed by. Like even like the armor, although it's a meme, it's like funny as hell and it like fits the universe perfectly, you know? Because ever since Servants of Freedom, I felt like they like started like really upping their game and it started getting better and better. You might not like every warbond that's come out since because it's like more niche, but you know, there's been some really fucking strong warbonds. Like Control Group is easily my favorite warbond. I'm gonna talk about the Halo. They're good RP. They're just they're RP. They're like fashion. It's the same with the Killzone. It's fashion. The Halo one is not that bad anymore because at least the silencers are working and the armor is quite good. But the assault rifle and the shotgun they've been power crept out of existence. Every other weapon is just buffed around them and they don't get buffed. So kind of blows. But yeah, the warbonds have been really good. The uproar around the flag was absolutely sad. Yeah, that was expectation and reality, right? Like, they just wanted to add a flag because they thought it was funny. And a lot of people forgot that Helldivers is sometimes just about the funny. And people got way too emotionally invested in the fact that the flag didn't have a buff. I agreed that, like, it didn't really matter to me. But it, like, I instantly understood that, like, the flag just isn't for me. I don't really care that much about the flag. But, like, I didn't get upset about it or angry. But so many people got angry about it. Oh, boy. It's just a fucking flag, bros. You could just, like, skip this war bond. It's all right. There's another one in 6 weeks. But the way that people reacted is, like, they already bought the war bond and they feel cheated by it. Like, it's just like, dude, chill. Like, it's just kind of a meme. Yeah, I'm with you. I would like to see a buff associated with it or something like that, but you know, it's just a flag. They added a funny, you know? It's for RP, it's for like just messing around. And there's obviously a section of the community that likes that because they still use it. So it's just like, oh my God. This community has just always been in a constant state of like offended and angry. I don't know. Anyway, chat, I'm done yapping for today. We'll be back on... Are you going to play Last Wish? I don't feel like it. We'll be back on Tuesday with more. All right, Annie, don't do your best Helldivers community Reddit impression.
Oh my God, I'm going to Reddit right now.
Yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday. I don't feel like playing Helldivers after all that.
Great. Who ruined it? Name the name.
No, it's fine. I'll be back on Tuesday, chat, for the update, bright and early. We're going to be reviewing the patch and the Warbond. Very excited for that. What maps would you say are best for super credit farming? I don't have a map off the top of my head, Cosmic, or like which ones are available right now, but flat, good visibility maps are best, like the Crimsica map or the desert map, stuff like that. Illuminant city maps are really good, especially on tier 10. You can just like drive around. They don't have to be tier 10. They could be like tier 7. You drive around the FRV looking for the yellow beams and the shipping containers. Like if you just want to play the game naturally and not have to grind, just go play Illuminant regular city maps. Not the mega cities, but the regular city maps. Really good super credits per hour. And you get to still play the game and get XP and medals and stuff. You gonna play a new map, Mark? I'm just too busy, bro. I can't. But yeah, I'll be covering basically just Helldivers next week. There's too much shit coming out, and I just have to Helldivers it is. It's gonna be a good week for games. Yeah, I wish I could play all of them, but I can't, which fucking sucks. Anyways, peace out, everybody. See you guys on Tuesday.